Welcome to the shit show, day 8.
Mr. Brooks, in relation to that subpoena, based upon my review for completeness, this court would note you have not named a person, you have named an entity, and the subpoena will be kept on file as part of the court record, but I'm not going to require the state of Wisconsin to testify in this case because they are an entity and you have not named a person.
Are they not, or are they not the plaintiff, Your Honor?
They are the plaintiff in this case, sir.
And why are they not able to testify, being that they...
Sir, you've named an entity, not a person. People are called to the witness stand to testify. You have had an opportunity to cross-examine every single person who has been called by the state to testify in this trial. I believe that your Sixth Amendment rights have been complied with.
Not if I'm not allowed to face my accuser, Your Honor. My accuser in this matter would be the state of Wisconsin. And with all due respect...
I believe your Sixth Amendment rights in that regard have been complied with.
I'm requesting a written judicial finding of fact and conclusion of law on this issue for the grounds that I just stated. It was seen, based on the Sixth Amendment, that I'm not being awarded the chance to face my accuser, which I should be awarded that based on the Sixth Amendment. If I'm not able to face my accuser, then how can the claim even stand? How can a claim be brought against my client if I'm not able to face the accuser?
So this case is a criminal case in a court of competent jurisdiction in the state of Wisconsin, Waukesha County. This case was initiated initially by the filing of a criminal complaint. Then there was a preliminary hearing where probable cause was found.
All right, just so everyone knows, because I was a little delayed in getting this started. I still am quite a bit delayed, when I speak with a southern accent and shit like that. But yeah, let me see. Is this gonna throw me up there? Nope. How do I do this? I don't understand it. Like that? No. Snap, it said. So let me add my chair because I'm not there. And then let me switch this. Bam. There I am, right in this. Whoa, now it's split. Why is it doing that? Let me do it this way. This is very high-tech stuff, boys and girls. Very high-tech stuff. When I'm doing it remotely. As you can see, I should have probably turned on the lights in here. But he tried to issue a 13th subpoena this morning to the state of Wisconsin. Now, that doesn't work because the state of Wisconsin, who's already present, mind you, they're already there. But he doesn't have a physical person. So they're going back and forth about that and arguing. So there, now you're caught up. That's all you've missed so far today. And whatever they're talking about. Because it's super hard. So the way I'm working is I'm running all this from a laptop. Look at the doggies sleeping. Because I'm waiting for FedEx to deliver a package that I have to sign for. And I don't know why it's coming FedEx. But yeah. And I can't see any of the shit on this laptop. It's so small. But I got it. We're here. We're here today.
Second amended criminal complaint, along with the information that was provided to you previously and noted on the record. I've already addressed your motion to dismiss previously. I'm not going to revisit that. There's no legal basis requiring me to do that, sir. The plaintiff in this matter has presented witnesses to establish venue. And again, as I've noted previously, it's a criminal case with criminal charges, with a second amended criminal complaint detailing the factual basis upon which these charges are based. We're a notice pleading state. And along with the information, you have been made aware of all of the charges and the penalties you face and the factual basis upon which the state has brought these charges. We are in the middle of trial. Your objections are noted. We will continue today with the jury trial.
For the record, may I respectfully move for interlocutory declaratory appeal on this matter, Your Honor?
Your request is noted for the record. I'm not an appellate court, sir.
For the record, may I move to stay these proceedings until this instant matter is adjudicated by a court of competent jurisdiction?
Your request is denied.
Based on what law or fact, Your Honor?
I've previously addressed the issue, sir, based on law of the case.
Are you making a judicial determination that I'm not awarded my Sixth Amendment right to face my accuser?
I'm not making any such determination here today. All right.
What law?
You know what's kind of interesting is he's going to get sentenced to so much time because he forgets, even though the jury is going to find him guilty, she's the one that's going to impose sentencing. He showed exactly zero remorse. Exactly zero remorse. He's going to jail. Yeah.
Probably every day we've been in court, I know you may be dissatisfied with the response that I'm providing to you, but my responses stand.
It's not a dissatisfaction, Your Honor. It's a lack of understanding, which I don't have. I don't even understand the true nature and cause of the charges. And without...
Mr. Brooks, you've been made aware of them multiple times.
I do not understand them, is what I'm saying.
I encourage you once again, if you don't understand anything, to seek the advice of an attorney. I cannot give you legal advice.
I'm not asking for that, Your Honor. I'm merely asking why are my constitutional rights being prejudiced? It states under the Sixth Amendment that I have the
Sir,
right.
I've already addressed this. Okay. We're not going to have any further argument on this topic. All right. Your Sixth Amendment rights are being honored no differently than any other defendant that has appeared in my court.
Have any other defendant not been awarded the opportunity to face their accuser?
You are facing your accuser, sir. Every single witness who's been on this stand, you have cross-examined.
None of those witnesses are making a claim. None of those witnesses are the plaintiff. None of those witnesses are identified as the injured party. An injured party has to make the claim, Your Honor. A living...
Sir, it's my opinion that your belief as it relates to that is mistaken. It's not a lawful argument, and it's frivolous. I've directed your attention once again to the Beneby decision.
Is that not a federal case, a United States?
You're asking me for legal advice. I'm not going to provide that to you, sir.
I'm just asking what kind of case it was. Was it federal Supreme Court case?
It's a Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals case. We're in the Seventh Circuit, sir.
But you just stated that you're not a court of appeals. But you're citing a court of appeals case.
No, but Court of Appeals case law applies to this court, sir. I'm bound by legal precedent from the various courts that are above me.
And you're still not explaining how I'm not able to face my accuser, which is my Sixth Amendment constitutional right.
Sir, I'm not going to explain the law to you. I've made my decision. It stands. I'm
not arguing that part of it, Your Honor. I'm just merely stating for the record.
Yeah, I heard the door. Okay, thank you.
I'm merely stating for the record that I should be awarded my Sixth Amendment right to face my accuser.
Your objection is noted, sir, once again. We'll continue this morning. Thank you.
None of the witnesses that testify are the accuser. None of the witnesses that testify are the injured party, which a claim has to be made by a living, breathing human being.
Sir, I think you're confusing civil law with criminal law.
You fucking killed
them.
I'm confusing.
What a scumbag, dude.
I'm not confusing any
man, I wish
law.
they had the death penalty.
The Constitution says that I have the right to face my accuser. And under the Sixth Amendment, I'm not being awarded that constitutional right. I think that definitely needs to be on record, and that definitely is an issue that needs
Your
to be
objection's
raised.
noted, sir. If you believe I've erred in that regard, you can raise that issue on appeal if you are convicted.
May I put Your Honor on notice that I intend to appeal that decision?
Your statement's noted for the record.
Is that a judicial determination I will not be able to face my accuser, Your Honor?
I have not made any such determination, sir.
Will you be making a judicial determination?
Sir, I have not made any kind of determination that your Sixth Amendment rights have been violated. On the contrary, I believe this court has honored those rights.
Even with me not being able to face my accuser, which is the state of
Your
Wisconsin, the
position
plaintiff,
is noted, sir.
is that a
Noted for the
judicial
record. I've already addressed it.
is that a judicial determination?
Sir, the record speaks for itself.
Is that a judicial determination?
All right, I believe the jurors are coming out. All rise, please.
Are you going to answer that, Your Honor, or is
No.
that a tacit agreement?
I'm not going to answer that further. I've answered it multiple times.
Is it a tacit agreement?
It is not.
Then I should be awarded my Sixth Amendment right to face my accuser, or a judicial determination should be made.
Record to reflect that the jurors are coming in for the morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
The record should also reflect that I received no answer to that question.
And good morning to the remaining jurors who are filing in. Of course, we stand for you, so when you come in, you can have a seat. And thank you, everyone. Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Stephanie Bonesteel.
Good morning, Ms. Bonesteel. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. It is up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My name is Stephanie Bonesteel, Stefanie Bonesteel.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Bonesteel.
Morning.
Could you please tell me your occupation?
I am the head of the marketing area of Citizens Bank.
And directing your attention to November of 2021, were you tasked with assembling some co-workers to march in the Waukesha Christmas Parade that year?
Yes, I was. That is a common thing that we do, is
Okay.
participate in parades.
Okay. And did you have a co-worker by the name of Jane Kulik?
Yes, I did.
What was Jane's role at the bank, please?
Jane was a teller at our Waukesha branch.
Okay. And did Jane agree to participate in the parade on November 21 of 21?
She did.
Were you there?
Yes, I was.
Did Citizens Bank have a float in the parade?
Yes, we did.
Could you describe that, please?
Yes, we had a float that was pulled behind a vehicle. It was decorated for the season, and we do not have anybody riding on our floats. Typically, we have people who walk alongside the float and hand out candy.
About how many people were participating with your group that afternoon?
That afternoon, we had 15 in our group, 8 employees plus 7 friends or family members.
Okay. Did you actually walk in the parade, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did Jane actually walk in the parade?
Yes, she did.
I'd like to display for the witness only exhibit number 47, please.
Go ahead.
In a minute, it'll show up on your screen. Just tell me when you see it, please.
I see it.
Okay. Do you recognize the people and the events that are depicted in exhibit number 47?
Yes, I do.
Do you see Jane Kulik in this picture?
Yes, I do.
Does this, are you in this picture?
I don't see that I am.
Okay. Did you walk in the parade with any family members?
Yes, my daughter and my son were there walking alongside with us, and my husband was driving the vehicle.
Okay. And the actual photograph that I've put up for you, you don't see yourself in that photo?
I don't think I see myself in this photo.
Okay. Do you see Jane Kulik in the photo?
Yes, I do.
Are you able to identify Jane in the photo?
Yes.
Do you believe this photo is a true and accurate representation of the way Jane looked that day as she walked in the parade?
Yes.
What do you remember about her clothing?
She had on a hat. I guess I would describe it as a Santa hat that looked like it maybe had a Minnie Mouse bow on top. And she had leggings on that were patterned. Several of us were wearing red ponchos that we provide to anyone who's participating in a parade. If they wish to wear them, we don't make them, but it's just another layer of warmth, and it then is obvious that we're part of the bank group with those red ponchos on. She is wearing a red poncho.
All right, permission to publish, or move to admit and permission to publish number 47, please.
Exhibit 47 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Objection.
So, Ms. Bonesteel, the screen in front of you is a touch screen. Could you just circle or mark with an X where Jane is in this picture? Whoops. And it looks like maybe she's in the act of throwing some candy or something like that. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I believe. She must have, those blue bags had candy in them.
Okay. Now, did there come a point, you could take that down, please. Did there come a point in time when you were marching in the parade when something awful happened?
Objection.
Overruled. She may answer.
For the record, she did shake her head in the affirmative.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. I'd like for you to kind of walk us through it as you remember it, okay? Start out by telling us, you and your kids, where were you as a relationship to the float that your husband was driving?
My kids and I were on the driver's side of the vehicle, but behind the vehicle a ways. I would say I was probably 10 to 15 yards behind the back corner of the float.
Okay. So there's the truck and then there's the trailer with the float on it, right?
Yes, the truck, we have a Suburban. The Suburban was pulling the float.
Okay. So you were the truck, the float, and then you're still 10 or 15 feet back.
10 or 15 yards.
10 or 15 yards, thank you.
Back.
Okay. And what's the approximate age of your kids?
At the time, my daughter was 13 and my son was 10.
Okay. So they're near you?
They were near me. I knew they were on the same side of the street as I was. I knew they were ahead of me, so closer to where the vehicle was.
Okay.
But I didn't know exactly where they were. They were also walking along and throwing out candy.
Okay. What do you remember next?
I spent a good time as the leader of the group. I'm always keeping my eye on everybody who is participating to make sure everybody's doing well. I also was, during this parade, looking back at the unit behind us. Coincidentally, my daughter's two friends were part of the Waukesha extreme dance team, so they were performing
Okay.
in the unit behind us, and I, when I could, would look behind and glance at the girls dancing.
Okay.
At one point, I glanced behind me towards where the dance team was. I turned my attention that way because there seemed to be some sort of commotion. I can't explain what it was. Parades, if you've ever been in a parade, are very loud. There's music, there's a lot of crowd noise, but something made me look and think, what was that?
Okay. Something unique, something that wasn't right.
Correct.
Can't leave no witness.
Overruled,
fine.
her answer may stand. Keep that in mind going forward.
Go ahead.
I turned my attention back forward towards our group. And I again turned back towards the dance team because, again, something maybe I had heard, something maybe that, again, seemed out of place. And that's when I realized I saw headlights.
Now, were these headlights part of the extreme dance team or something else?
I realized within a second or two that no. I could see the truck. I believe it was a larger black truck that was part of the dance team's unit.
Okay.
I saw that, and to the right of that, so it would be the, again, driver's side of the truck, is where I saw this other set of headlights.
Did the headlights get closer to you?
Yes, I quickly realized that the headlights were coming basically straight at me.
Were you able to get a description of this vehicle with the headlights driving in your direction?
As it passed, I realized it was an SUV.
Do you remember the color?
I do not.
Okay. You remember it was an SUV.
Yes.
Where were you when it passed by?
I was on the street. I was near the curb, but not up on the sidewalk.
Okay. Would that be the south side of the street or the left-hand side of the street as you're marching westbound? No, I'm sorry, south side of the street.
Yes, it would have been the south side of the street.
Okay.
And again, it appeared the headlights were coming straight at me and then turned a little to the right, so more towards the center of the street.
Okay.
Shortly before it passed me, I would say the vehicle passed me within 3 to 5 feet.
Okay. Were you able to see the driver of the vehicle?
No, I was not.
Okay. What did you do when this vehicle went past you?
Honestly, my biggest concern is where my kids were. I didn't know exactly what their positions were. More than I was concerned about getting out of the way, I was concerned that they were not in the path of this car.
Did you see the car continue past the float for Citizens Bank?
Yes, after it passed me and I was searching, I did notice that there was a clear area on the street ahead of me, about to where the vehicle was. Not so much the float, but the vehicle. So there was
The one your husband's driving?
the one my husband was driving.
Okay.
Again, the street was fairly clear. So I was searching with my eyes and running up towards the crowd on the side, again looking to see if I could spot my kids. And that's when I noticed that there was a person in the street about where our vehicle was, about it's hard to tell exactly where, but I would say next to some part of the vehicle.
Your husband's vehicle?
Right.
Okay.
And this person was running forward. I assume trying to get out of the way.
Could you see who the person was?
At that point, I couldn't tell exactly who it was. I knew it was someone from our group because I could see the red poncho, and I could see the hat. I should mention that Jane was not the only one wearing a hat. There were two other people that were wearing the similar hats.
Okay. Did you see the SUV strike the person running in the red poncho?
I did.
Tell us what you remember, please.
I remember seeing the vehicle basically moving at a pretty high rate of speed towards the person that was running. I do remember seeing taillights, but not brake lights. And I, again, am watching this from the back. I think before I even remember seeing anything, I heard a very loud impact.
What did it sound like?
A very, very loud thud.
And then what?
At that point, I also remember hearing a very audible gasp. I don't know if that was from the crowd, the people watching, or if it was from the person that was struck. I then saw from the back, I guess it maybe wasn't enough of an angle. I could see that there was a person on the vehicle, and I did see the red poncho above the roof of the vehicle.
Okay.
At one point for a second.
Did the SUV then pass around your husband's truck on the driver's side?
Yes.
Overruled. Her answer may stand.
Where did you see it go?
I saw it continue forward around the front of the vehicle, and from there I lost sight of the vehicle, and at that point I just started going through the crowd and to find my kids.
Okay. Were you able to locate your kids?
Yes.
Were they physically injured in any way?
No, they were not physically injured.
How about you? Were you physically injured in any way?
No, I was not physically injured.
After you found your kids, you remember where you went or what you did?
I found my son first, and then I found my daughter within a few seconds of one another. I grabbed onto them. And a few seconds after that, my husband came running from where he was and grabbed onto us. At some point, I don't know who, I don't know if it was people from our group, I don't know if it was the crowd, but people grabbed us and moved us up onto the sidewalk.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions at this point.
Thank you.
Mr. Brooks, any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. For the record, I don't consent to that name. You stated that you were part of the parade as the Citizens Bank. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Was that your first time participating in the parade, or have you done it before that evening?
We have participated in probably 20 parades over the last 5 years. I have been in that particular parade at least once before.
You said that you saw headlights from the vehicle that was approaching. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall if it was still daylight at that time?
I would say it was dusk.
And what would you consider to be dusk? Still light, or?
It was more dark than light.
Do you recall about what time of evening that was?
Based on when the parade started, I would estimate it to be about 4:30.
So from your recollection, it was more dark at 4:30 p.m. than light?
Yes.
And you also testified that the vehicle came 3 to 5 feet from you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Would you say that's pretty close?
Yes, I would.
And you also said you weren't able to identify the color of the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So my question would be, with the vehicle being that close, how were you not able to identify the color of the vehicle?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Were you able to see a license plate from the vehicle?
I'm sure I would be able to see, but in a state of fear and panic, I wasn't able to register what it was.
So would it be fair to say that because of that same reason is why you wouldn't be able to identify the color of the vehicle?
Correct.
You also said you saw tail lights. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, I did.
Were the tail lights bright?
They were illuminated like normal taillights.
Would that for any reason be able to impede you from being able to see the license plates?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Do you recall where you, or let me back up, did you go inside of any buildings after the incident?
Yes, we were asked to go inside of the Nice Ash cigar bar.
About how close was the Nice Ash cigar bar to where you were participating in the parade?
It was pretty much right there.
Would that have been on the side of the street that you were on or the opposite side?
That was on the same side of the street that I was on.
Do you recall if you were close to any intersections at that time?
I was more in the middle of the block than closer to an intersection.
Do you remember any cross streets? Because you said you were in the middle of the block. Do you remember the cross streets or the next cross street that would have been ahead of you?
I would not be able to name the street by name. I am not that familiar with downtown Waukesha.
Do you recall any side streets at all during the parade route?
I do remember crossing several of them.
Do you recall if they were barricaded in any way?
Most of the streets had a large number of people standing in them. Whether there were barricades behind the people, I am not sure.
Did you observe any law enforcement standing at those cross streets?
Yes, I recall seeing law enforcement at least some of the cross streets.
And you testified that you did not see the driver. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall giving any police report or being interviewed by any law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you recall if that was the same day of the incident or in the days following?
I gave my statement to a police detective on Friday of that same week, the day after Thanksgiving.
So that would be around the 26th of 2021, November the 26th of 2021. Would that be fair to say?
I believe yes, it would be November 26th.
Do you recall why it would take almost a week to be interviewed or to make a report?
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative, beyond the scope of the witness's
Grounds.
knowledge.
Grounds.
Also calls for speculation on the part of the witness. It's sustained.
Do you remember who the law enforcement officer was that you gave your statement to?
He was a detective with the Waukesha, City of Waukesha Police Department. I do not recall his name at this time.
You stated that you don't recall seeing the path of the traveling vehicle after it had passed you. Would that be fair to say?
I did not see the vehicle once it had traveled beyond my husband's vehicle.
Did you see it strike anyone at that point?
I saw it strike a person when it was parallel next to my husband's vehicle.
Did you see it strike anyone after that point?
No, I could not see the vehicle past that point.
Did you see the vehicle strike anyone before it got to the location that you were at?
No, I did not.
Do you recall reading or seeing a complaint in this matter in any way?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
To the best of your knowledge, have you filed any claims in this matter?
No, I have not.
Would you consider yourself to be a party to this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
Were you aware that it might be a possibility that you would be called to testify in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Were you in fact subpoenaed by anyone to testify in this matter?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall by whom?
By the state of Wisconsin.
And when you say the state of Wisconsin, who do you refer to?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Have you had any interactions with the state of Wisconsin?
Objection.
Grounds.
It's vague. Sustained. You may rephrase if you so choose.
Did you have any phone conversations or any physical conversations with the state of Wisconsin?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. You can rephrase if you would like.
Do you even know the state of Wisconsin?
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained.
It would be fair to say, based on your testimony, that you were in fact called to testify by the state of Wisconsin.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Grounds. I didn't even finish the question. And I have the grounds on that.
Finish your question and then I'll rule.
Seeing as how that you were called to testify by the state of Wisconsin, it would be fair to say that you've actually saw the state of Wisconsin.
Objection.
Grounds.
It's vague.
Grounds.
Sustained.
To the best of your knowledge, would the state of Wisconsin be the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Can I have the grounds for the sustain?
Sustained.
Your Honor, with all due respect, the jury needs to know
question.
this. They deserve to know this.
Next question.
Are you aware that, to the best of your knowledge, are you aware that for a case, there has to be an injured party?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
As you said, the state of Wisconsin called you to testify. Did they at any time identify themselves as an injured party in this matter.
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Reason for the sustain, Your Honor?
Continue, Mr. Brooks.
Any reason for the sustain?
It's sustained.
May I have the grounds, Your Honor?
Keep going, Mr. Brooks.
This is information that the jury deserves to know, Your Honor.
The jury is the judge of the facts only, and the court is the judge of the law. Keep going, Mr. Brooks.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
Thank you. The state would then call Adam Bonesteel.
Good morning, Mr. Bonesteel. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. It is up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left across from you, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
First name is Adam. Last name is Bonesteel. ADAM. BONESTEEL.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Bonesteel, thank you for being here this morning, sir. I want to ask you about the events of November 21 of 2021, okay?
Yes.
Were you participating in the Waukesha Christmas parade that afternoon, sir?
Yes.
And what was your role in the parade?
I was driving the float for Citizens Bank.
And your wife Stephanie works for the bank, is that right?
Yes, I was volunteering with her and the rest of the family.
Right. And you said you were driving the float, is that right?
That is correct.
Were you driving a vehicle pulling a trailer with the float on it, or?
I was driving a Suburban pulling the trailer.
Okay. So you have a full-size Chevy Suburban?
Yes.
Which is like a large SUV,
2019.
full-size SUV?
Yes.
Okay.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
And the float was on the trailer behind you?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know about how long the trailer was, or the approximate size?
12 by, I would say 8 feet by 12 feet.
Okay. Now, when the parade started out, were you alone in the car?
No.
Who was with you?
I had a 6-year-old daughter of one of the employees with me. She was in the passenger seat.
Okay. And other than that, you were alone in your car with her?
Her and I were in the vehicle, just us two.
Okay. Were you playing any loud music as part of your group's presentation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember if you had the windows on your vehicle up or down?
The window on my side, driver's side window was down. On her side, it was slightly down.
Okay. And do you remember during the parade something unusual that your attention was drawn toward?
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Along the route,
Yes.
yes. It would be important to note that the groups got spread out.
Okay.
And it happens in parades where one's going faster and the others are going slower, and we got left kind of in the middle. We had a lot more people, walking. And so there was a gap. The dance crew behind us was a good half a block behind us. The dancing grannies in front of us were about another half a block in front of us.
Okay.
Driving in the parade, I generally, want to know where my walkers are, so I'm always in my mirrors, watching my speed. They come up, they grab candy off the trailer to throw to the crowd. So, you have to be very alert.
Okay. Now, you've driven in parades before?
Yes.
Because you're a good husband.
Yes.
Okay. And
Overruled.
the,
Stand. Go ahead.
thank you, Your Honor. Would you say that consistent with your practice, did you do that in this float? You're constantly aware of what your surroundings were? And people walking with your group?
Yes,
The people ahead of you and the people behind you as well?
correct.
Okay. Do you know downtown Waukesha pretty good or okay or
No,
not very good at all?
no.
Okay. Do you know the parade route?
I did know the route, but I couldn't tell you cross streets. I can't tell you, those specifics.
Sure. Do you know where you were along the route when the trouble happened?
Well, I know the landmark would be the nice ash bar that was basically we were in front of where we were in that block when things transpired, just because they took us in when businesses were locking down. My vehicle got basically blocked in by emergency vehicles.
Okay.
I was not able to leave.
Sure.
And, when everything was going on, they basically took our group in. I started packing up, like I could leave,
Okay.
getting the float packed up and just wanting to get my family home.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where police officers came by as they were taping off the area and said, "You can't be here."
Okay.
So my vehicle ended up staying there overnight.
Okay. So let's go back to the point where you noticed something is going on in the parade.
So, we had started, the parade route had gotten, with our groups kind of separated. I noticed when I had looked out my driver's side mirror that I saw headlights behind me, and I remember thinking briefly, what's the dance guy doing behind me? Why is he so far off to the left?
Okay.
Basically, when that thought was over, I heard the roar of an engine, and I was watching in my side mirror and saw a woman running kind of towards the corner of my vehicle, the back corner, in between, let's say by the tongue of the trailer, and we're trying to get to that point of my vehicle.
Okay.
And then saw the impact and heard it, as well as the roar of an engine.
Okay. Let's just break that down a little bit, okay? So first you notice the headlights, then you hear the engine and you see a person running. Did you know who it was at that instant?
No.
Okay.
I had no idea who the person was.
Could you tell it was a member of your group?
Yes.
How could you tell that?
They had the red cloaks on.
Okay. So then you said you heard something?
Oh, yeah, I heard and saw the impact.
Tell us about
You
that,
ever
please.
heard a car hit another car or an abutment or a deer? If anybody's ever hit a deer with their car, you've heard it. I watched the body fly up onto the hood, and her head snapped back, and the body remained on the hood as it passed the side of my vehicle to where I thought I could have just reached out and grabbed her.
So this happened that close to you?
Yes.
You saw all this with your own two eyes?
Yes.
Did the car continue past you?
Yes.
Where did it go?
The car veered kind of in front of me. I saw brake lights and saw what was Jane fall off the hood. He proceeded to, and she was basically on the right side of his vehicle, and he proceeded to run her over with the right front tire, then the right rear tire. And at that point, I was just focused on the body on the ground, but I remember hearing the roar of the engine again. And
How fast were you going?
2 miles an hour,
How fast would you estimate the other vehicle was going?
30.
Did you get a description of that other car?
It was red,
That's all you know?
like a box type back end. That's all I know. That's all. I thought my wife was the woman on the car. So you see your whole life going by you, in what you think is an act of terror because you don't know what's going on. And then a body's laying on the ground. And at that point, that was my only focus. My vehicle, I threw it in park and ran to decipher if this was really who I think it is.
Okay.
Details of which direction the vehicle went after that, I cannot tell you. I'm sorry. It was tunnel vision right to the ground.
Of course. You do distinctly remember, though, seeing the red vehicle that you've described roll over the person on the ground?
Yes.
With both tires?
Yes.
Let's show you an item that's been marked as Exhibit 46, please. And we're gonna put it up for you first and have you take a look at it. So, is it up on your screen, sir?
Yep.
And right now, the video is not playing. It's frozen on the first frame. Do you see that?
Yep.
Do you recognize what you're looking at here, sir?
Yep.
What are you looking at?
It appears to be Jane on the ground.
Is that what she looked like when you ran up to her?
She was on her side, face down, yeah.
I'm gonna ask
Those are the pants, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna have my assistant play this video through for you. It's a total length of 15 seconds, okay?
Yes.
I want you to watch it, and then I'll have some questions for you, okay? Okay. Mr. Bonesteel, did you see yourself in that video?
Yes, I did.
Do you believe this video is a true and accurate representation of the events as you ran up to Jane on the
Yes.
street? Move to admit 46 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection.
Exhibit 46 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Objection be noted for the record, Your Honor.
It's noted.
All right. So, Mr. Bonesteel, in this frame, I don't see you in this frame yet, correct?
That's correct.
But we do see Jane laying there on the road, correct?
That's correct.
She's got the red top and the black plaid pants. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and play it all the way through, 15 seconds at normal speed. That's you right there in the khaki pants at the 6-second mark.
That is correct. Black sweatshirt.
That's you right there at the end. Sunglasses on your head. Okay.
Was that a yes?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir.
Do you know if medical assistance was provided to Jane?
I do not.
What happened?
Once I realized that it wasn't Steph, I ran back to find her and the kids. And I found them back by the vehicle.
Okay.
After I had found them, my next thought was, oh my God, Addison's behind us. That's my daughter's good friend. And another friend was also there. And I ran back to find her.
With the extreme dance group?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find those girls?
I found Addison. Sam had been struck.
What's Sam's last name?
Coelho.
Okay.
I asked Addison if she wanted to come with us. Her mother was actually waiting at the end of the parade route, so she was en route to get her. But
okay.
Then I went back to my family and the rest of the group that we were in the parade with, and at that point the Nice Ash Bar was taking them in.
Okay.
And then I was just focused on getting out of there.
Yeah.
Which didn't happen.
Did you learn later that Jane passed away due to her injuries from this collision?
We did learn that later. my gut feeling in that was that she had passed.
You mean when you went up and saw her?
Yes.
You felt she was either dead or close to death?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions for you.
All right, Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do. Whew. I apologize. I just needed a quick second.
This guy is the worst lawyer and actor ever.
At some point in your testimony, you stated that you heard, or rather you saw brake lights. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, I did.
To the best of your knowledge, what would be the only time you would see brake lights on a vehicle?
The point right before Jane fell off the hood.
I think you misunderstood my question. If you were driving a vehicle, would it be fair to say that the only time anyone would see brake lights would be if you hit the brake?
If the driver hit the brakes, the brake lights would go on the vehicle.
So it would be fair to say that the only way that you would see brake lights would be if the driver of the vehicle hit the brakes.
That would be correct.
You did state in your testimony that you did not get a look at the driver. Would that be fair to say?
That was never part of my testimony. Nobody had asked me that question. Are you asking me that question if I had seen the driver?
I do recall you saying that you did not see the driver. So I guess that's...
In my testimony?
Yes.
Oh.
Hold on. He's going to ask you a question, and I'm going to ask that you answer that, okay?
Okay.
So go ahead, ask your question.
Did you at any time see the driver of the vehicle?
No.
You did testify to when you were describing what you saw, you referred to the driver as he. Any reason why you would refer to the driver as he if you did not see the driver of the vehicle?
That would be like the proverbial we.
Well, there's males, there's females.
There are singles and there are togethers. I mean, when you say we, it's the proverbial we.
So
Collectively, he would be along those lines as well.
is it fair to say that you could have just answered as we instead of he?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question, sir.
Out of grounds on that?
It's argumentative. Rephrase your question.
Any reason why you would answer that question as he?
Objection. Irrelevant. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Asked and answered. Sustained.
Were you able to get a license plate of the vehicle?
No, I was not. I was focused, like I had said, on the body on the ground. So I did not get the license plate.
After the vehicle had passed the vehicle that you were in, did you see the vehicle strike anyone after that point?
I did not see the vehicle strike anyone after the vehicle had passed me, other than driving over, like I had stated, the body that it had already struck.
Did you observe the vehicle strike anyone while it was approaching your position?
Clarify your question, please.
Did you observe the vehicle strike anyone while it was approaching your position?
Yes, I saw it hit Jane.
While it was approaching you?
While it was coming
Or
up.
your vehicle, rather?
Yes.
Did you observe the vehicle strike anyone else in that moment?
No, just Jane.
And you said you went into a building called the Nice Ash after that moment?
That is correct.
Do you recall about how long you were in the Nice Ash?
Hour and a half, maybe. I would pop in and out because I was trying to wrap up the float and get us out of there. And then once I was told that I cannot touch my vehicle nor the float anymore because the area was deemed a crime scene, we went back in and made a plan on how we were going to get all of us home, and then proceeded to leave. But businesses, I believe, were locked down, so no one could get in or out. They were locking their doors. Every time I went out, they would ask me, knock on the door, because we're locking it.
Do you recall about what time it was at that moment?
No. These are thoughts that you don't think about when you've been through something like this. I didn't sit there and note down times. I'm not trained in this.
Do you recall if it was still daytime or nighttime at the
Well, the parade started around 4:30, so it gets, and it was cloudy, so it was dusk. I mean, city lights were on. Emergencies vehicles, when they were pulling up, you saw the sirens, on the streets. You saw it was dusk. It was getting dark.
Would it be fair to say from the Exhibit 46 video that you were shown that it was pretty clear?
Again, wasn't focusing on the sky.
Do you agree or disagree? The video that you saw was clear. That was the question.
The video, the clarity of the video, or the skies? Please clarify
that
your
it
question.
was pretty much still daytime. You can see everything pretty clear. Everything was.
You can see, yes, it was clear. It was dusk. Lights were coming on. If the city lights, street lights were coming on.
Would it be fair to say you can recall lights coming on, but not the driver of the vehicle?
I think that's asked and answered, Your Honor.
Objection. Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer.
I can remember lights coming on because they are stationary. The vehicle was traveling past me at a rate of speed with a woman that I thought was my wife on the vehicle. Was not really paying attention to who was driving the vehicle. Again.
So would it be fair to say you were paying attention to the lights?
No.
So what would lead you to believe that they were in fact coming on at that time?
Objection. Argument
Grounds.
asked and answered.
The video that
Hold on. There's an objection. I have to rule on it first. That's okay. The objection is sustained. Next question, sir.
Do you recall of the duration of time that you saw the brake lights?
No, I do not.
But you did in fact see brake lights.
Correct.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, briefly. Sir, after you saw brake lights, did you see the SUV or the red vehicle that you described ever come to a complete stop?
No.
Objection.
Did you,
There's been an objection. It's overruled. His answer may stand.
did you at any time see the driver of the vehicle pull over, stop, and get out to investigate what he or she had just struck?
Objection.
Overruled.
No.
Did you ever see the vehicle come to a complete stop at any time?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
That's all.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Shout out.
Statement comes
Shout
next
out to
witness.
Dee
The state would call Heather Rashadi.
and Mike. Shout out to Dee and Mike. Shout out to Dee.
The state would call Serge. The state would call Matt Harris.
Matt Harris?
Yeah, that's all.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Harris, thank you for making your way up to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Matthew Harris, Matthew Harris.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, I'm going to draw your attention to November 21st, 2021. Were you at the Waukesha Christmas Parade on that date?
I was.
And were you a spectator? Were you a participant?
Spectator.
Who were you with?
There was a large group of friends and some family in that group.
So did you bring your family?
I brought my two daughters.
Okay. And was your wife there?
My wife was not there.
Okay. And how about just generally, approximately how many people were with your group?
I think our group had about 19 or 20 between kids and adults.
And where were you sitting or standing to view the parade?
We were right on the corner of Main Street in Clinton, right in front of the Steaming Cup.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 51. It's going to display in the front of you on your screen. If you can just let me know when it's displayed in front of you.
Yes.
Does that accurately depict the corner that you were at to watch the Christmas parade?
It does.
I would ask the court to admit it into evidence and to publish it to the jury.
What is the relevancy of this particular exhibit?
Overruled. Exhibit, I'm sorry, can we have the number again? Is it 51?
51.
Exhibit 51 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Sir, the screen in front of you is a touch screen, so can you kind of put in maybe a circle around the area that the 19 people that you were with kind of encompassed?
Pretty much this whole corner.
Okay. And were you standing, sitting?
Standing.
Was everyone standing?
Everyone was standing.
And there's a curb. Were you guys up on the curb and the bump out, or were any of the people that were watching with your group in the street?
Most of the children were sort of in the front area on the curb and out into the street, and most of the adults had sort of huddled behind.
Okay. I'm assuming that the purpose is candy's handed out so the kids got it first?
Sure, correct.
Okay. And where were you, if you look at that circle, were you, as we're looking at the diagram, towards the right of that circle? which would be east, or were you to the left of the circle, which would be west?
And I'm drawing on this a lot, probably right here in the back, towards right in the middle.
And how about your kids?
Right out here in the front.
Thank you. And were there other people as you were standing looking at the street? Which way is the parade coming? Is it coming from, as you're looking at the street, your left down to your right? If you draw an
Correct.
arrow.
Right. Yeah. Sure.
Thanks. And what, approximately what time did you get there? Do you know?
Most of us had just come from a soccer game in Brookfield, so I think we got there probably right before it started, 3:45, 3:50. I believe it started at 4.
So again, there were there a lot of people in to the right and to the left of you, spectators?
It was pretty packed.
Okay.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you. At some point, and we can take this exhibit down, at some point did you hear some type of commotion?
I did.
Do you know where in the parade route, like what floats had just gone through or what floats were in front of you? Did you?
Yeah, I didn't recall at the time what float was about to come in front of us, but I do know that the dancing grannies had just passed us.
Okay.
And then that's when I heard the commotion, an audible gasp. There was a large vehicle kind of blocking our view of what was coming, kind of obscured anything, and then that's when I saw a red SUV from the north side come around in front of that vehicle. It headed straight for that corner where our children were, so it was kind of coming dead on at us. And then at the last second, kind of clipped that corner and then veered off, and I saw it continue on into the Dancing Grannies group.
So as you were looking to your left, which would be, and I'm horrible at directions, it would be to the east. As you were looking there, when you said you heard a gasp?
Yeah, like an audible gasp, commotion, just an eerie sound of not parade sounds, just a loud, like, draws your attention to something is going on, but we couldn't see because, again, there was a large vehicle right there.
And I'm assuming the large vehicle that you're describing was part of the parade?
Correct.
Approximately how far to your left, as you're looking at the parade, was the vehicle when you first saw it, the red SUV that you've described?
Hold on, there's been an objection. I was mid-question, so if you could just re-ask it, I didn't hear it all.
Approximately how far from your position was the red SUV when you first saw it?
It would have been.
Oh,
There's been no objection to that, so he may answer.
okay. Thank you.
It would have been on, I believe that's the south side of the street, so maybe 30 feet.
So you first saw it approximately 30 feet to your left, and it would have been on the opposite side of the road from where you were seated.
Yeah, just on the other side of the large vehicle, that Suburban that was there.
So on the driver's side or the passenger
Driver's
side?
side.
Thank you. So the vehicle comes on the driver's side of that car that was in the parade. What do you see next?
I saw it come along the side of it, and then once it cleared that vehicle, it made it which would have been a right-hand turn right towards our corner. I remember having a split second of what is going on, and then I remember screaming, "Get back," because all of our children were right there. It came through, it veered off, and my immediate thought was he hit something in the front there and then continued off. I would say the parents, mostly the dads, kind of ran up there and kind of check on the children, and I recall at that moment, after a second pause, looking down the road to see where it was going. My immediate thought was to kind of run after it, and then I realized I had an injured child and a 3-year-old as well that was there. I distinctly remember seeing 2 victims laying in the street, and then I looked up the other way where I had come, and I saw a woman with plaid pajamas lying in the street up the road, and that's when I grabbed my daughter and grabbed her to pull her back.
So you said that you looked to your right and you saw two other people in the roadway. Were they from your group or were they from a different group?
This was after probably 3 to 4 seconds in duration. It was advanced up into the Dancing Grannies group that had just passed us.
Could you tell the path of travel as you said it was heading towards your corner and then it veered away? Do you recall, can you describe that?
Yeah, it veered away and then headed right back, continued down Main Street, seemingly right down the middle of the road.
Okay. And did you see it impact the grannies, or
I did
you
not.
Just see bodies after
I
the
just
car
saw
went through
the
them?
victims on the ground.
Thank you.
Sir, do me a favor. Try to wait until she's fully asked the question. I know it can be a little nerve-wracking, just so that the record is clear.
You bet.
Thank you so much.
Sir, how old are the children, your children that were at the parade?
Objection.
Overruled.
My children at the time was 7, and my youngest was 3.
And you indicated, if I can have Exhibit 51 back up? Again, if you could put an X approximately where you were standing.
I believe I was standing sort of right back there a little bit on the sidewalk.
Okay, and your 7-year-old was approximately where? And your 3-year-old?
She had just come back by me a few minutes prior, so she was back by me.
She was up on the curb.
Correct.
And the path of travel as the vehicle came towards you, can you put an arrow approximately where you think it was veering from and where it was going towards?
Objection speculative.
Overruled.
I believe it was coming right at us and then quickly went that way.
Thank you. Were you able to estimate how fast the car was going?
Faster than normal speed limit on that road, I would say 25 to 30 miles per hour.
Did you hear a horn honking prior to it coming up on your group?
I did not.
Did the vehicle stop? Strike that. Were any people that were with your group injured?
Yes.
Who was injured?
My daughter, my 7-year-old daughter, had her foot ran over, her left foot, broke 4 toes, and also her tibia and fibula in her leg. And then there was another friend of ours, younger daughter, who was next to her. I believe she got sideswiped from the vehicle with some face damage. Sorry.
And what was that girl's last name?
Knapp.
Knapp?
Correct.
And your 7-year-old, what is her name?
Brinley.
Brinley?
Correct.
Okay. Did you said that there was something with her tibia and
Fibula. Correct.
fibula. Were they broken?
They were
or?
broken. Yes, sorry. They were
Okay,
broken.
sorry. What did you do?
Went at that moment.
Right after the car went past your daughter?
So we leaped up. My daughter was crying. Many of the children were crying. We were trying to triage through and just seeing who was injured, and because it came that close. And again, I had looked down, kind of just assessed the situation a little bit. I had grabbed my daughter, had set her back on the curb a little bit. Grabbed my oldest daughter, with the injuries. I grabbed my 3-year-old and set them there as well. And then at some point, a few moments later, got them. The other parents were lining up the children on the side of Clinton Street, on the side of the Steaming Cup, over in this area. So we eventually moved the kids back there.
Did you take Brinley that evening for medical care?
I did not.
Okay. How did you know that she had broken toes?
So there's a couple variables that came into play there. We did not know at the moment. I knew that she had a foot injury, and I did the typical dad thing, and I downplayed the initial injury. I carried her to the car. At the time of walking to the car, as a leader at Pro Healthcare where I work, I got an alert that the hospital was on lockdown. So my initial thought was to take her up to the hospital myself. Her acuity versus other victims laying in the road didn't warrant her waiting for an ambulance, and I could take her. At that time, when I got the lockdown notice on my phone, I decided to call my wife, who is a nurse practitioner in urgent care at the time, and I said, you know, you're going to want to check this out. She was almost done with her shift anyways. We lived 15 minutes from the house, so we kind of convened there. She looked at it and decided to take her in at that moment.
So what foot was run over?
Her left foot.
When she, after the car drove over her foot, did she still have her shoe on?
She had, no, both shoes had come off somehow, but we lost one eventually, and then the other one, we found one.
Were you able to look at specifically the left shoe after the car went past?
I was.
Overruled. You may answer.
I did see the shoe later on. I think it was the next morning when we kind of had a chance to collect ourselves, and I recall seeing a tread mark across her shoes.
Would that be consistent with the tire mark?
It would be.
So the right shoe was unable to be located that night, correct?
Correct.
And the left shoe you did find, and that's what you took home with you?
Correct.
Now, you said that at the time you didn't feel that your daughter should be taken by ambulance because of what you were seeing. Can you describe to the jury what you were seeing?
Just mass chaos. Nothing like I'm a combat veteran. I've been around mass hysteria most of my career, and I had never seen anything like this in such a safe environment where it was just hysteria, screams, sirens everywhere, just and unknowing, are there other vehicles coming down? Like what is actually going on here? So it was just an odd, eerie feeling for a very long period there.
And you had indicated you had seen a woman with plaid pants.
It seemed like pajama pants. Correct.
Okay. To the left of you.
Correct.
And did you see her being treated?
I saw many individuals standing around her. I know that one of the parents in our group is a physician. I believe she went on to render aid somewhere. I don't know if it was her or not, but I remember seeing a large presence around that woman.
And then, did you see any bodies to the right of your position?
Yes, that's where I saw two within, which would have been part of the dancing granny group. I don't know if they were the grannies or not at the time. I just knew that there were two people laying on the ground.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. And I'm just going to have it viewed in front of you initially. Do you recognize generally this map?
I do.
And do you see the position that you and your family were on November 21st of last year?
I do.
And do you see your daughter's name in a box that's above the word steaming cup?
I do.
And it's connected to a star that's orange in color?
Correct.
Is that the approximate location of where you and your family were when your daughter was run over?
That
your foot
is.
was run over? May I publish it to the jury? It's previously been admitted.
You may.
Again, showing the jury State's Exhibit 15, if you can circle the orange star that's associated with where your daughter was struck. Thank you. And the approximate location that you observed the woman to your left?
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer.
And to your right? Next, I want to show you what has been...
Before you move on, I just want the record to reflect, because it wasn't screen captured, that the stars that he circled on Exhibit 15...
Actually, sir, before, so we can capture it, can you again circle the area where you and your family were?
Objection already.
Overruled. He may do it again since it was cleared before we captured it.
And then the area where you saw a body down on the ground to your left? And that's, you indicate that she had plaid pants, or it was a woman who had plaid pants?
Plaid, looked like pajama pants.
Okay.
Correct.
Do you recall what else she was wearing?
I don't.
Okay. And then to your right. Okay. And that would be the circles, if we can save that, and mark it as 15. Hang on. Okay.
I think we're on B as well. It'll be marked as Exhibit B.
Thank you.
Sorry, 15B.
And where you marked the circle to your left, that was associated with the same place where there's a name Jane Kulik?
Yes.
Overruled.
And where you circled to the right, there are 7 different names under Dancing Grannies. Is that fair?
Objection. Leading the
Overruled. You may
witness.
answer.
Yes.
Thank you. My
I'm sorry,
next,
I didn't hear the last part that you said, Mr. Brooks. Are you withdrawing that?
No, I'm not.
What did you say then?
I said it's pretty obvious from the picture. It's leading the witness.
All right, your objections noted. It's overruled. His answers may stand.
thank you. Sir, I'm next going to show you Exhibit 49, which is a video. I'm first going to have it played or put in front of you on your screen. If you can just let me know when you see a depiction on that screen.
I see it.
And you saw first couple seconds of that. Let me play it one more time and then ask you if you recognize that. Okay. I stopped it at 3 seconds. And do you recognize that area?
I do.
What is that area?
That's the corner right in front of People's Park where we were at the parade.
Okay. And you had said, is People's Park across from Steaming Cup?
Oh, sorry, Steaming Cup. Yeah, People's Park is directly across from Steaming Cup.
And that would have been the corner that you were located with your family?
At the Steaming Cup corner. Correct.
And do you see yourself depicted in this video?
I do.
Do you believe it accurately represents what you observed that day and what you did?
I do.
Okay. I would ask that Exhibit 49 be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
For the record, how long is the video clip?
It is 8 seconds.
All right, thank you. Exhibit 49 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Thank you.
Noted for the record, Your Honor.
It is.
Okay, if we can play it starting at 0, going through the entire 8 seconds. Thank you. And you stated that you did see yourself in that video?
I did.
Going to the initial screen of that video, which would be at 0 seconds. Oh, put it back up. Do you see yourself in, it's at 0 seconds, do you see yourself in this still frame?
Yes.
Can you circle, again, using the touch screen, where you are? And are you carrying Brindley?
I am.
Thank you. You can clear the screen. And next I would like to show just you Exhibit 50. And see if you recognize this intersection as it plays through for approximately 5 seconds. Do you recognize that as being the intersection you and your family were at?
Just forward of our location, yes.
So as you're looking at this, would it be, as you're looking at the screen to the left?
Objection, leading the witness.
Sustain this in the form of the question, if you would please rephrase.
Where would you and your family have been in relationship to this, where this video was taken?
To the left.
Okay. And the person taking the video, are they on the same side of the street as you are or a different side?
Objection. Say.
Overruled. You
Looks
may
to be
answer.
the same side as our street.
Okay. And you just saw the dancing grannies go through?
Correct.
Does that accurately depict what you observed prior to the car coming through the parade?
Yes.
Okay. I would ask the court to admit exhibit number 50 and ask that it be published for the jury.
Your objection's noted. Exhibit 50 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
So we're going to start at 0 and just go through the 11 seconds. And then I'll ask you questions about the video if you may send it. Sir, is that the red SUV that you previously described as striking your daughter?
It is.
And that white vehicle that you saw in that frame, was that the vehicle that you saw that was impeding your ability to see it initially, or is that a different vehicle?
Overruled. You may answer.
I believe that was a different vehicle.
Okay. And was that the path of travel that you observed that vehicle take, which was on the north side, thank you, north side of the street?
It is.
And then after it passed that intersection, you indicated that it went towards the middle and into the Grannies?
It felt like that. Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Any questions for this witness?
Yes. Just 1 second. Do you remember what time it was when you observed the vehicle?
I don't recall the specific time I saw a red SUV. No.
You stated earlier that you saw the vehicle clip the corner. Would that be fair to say?
I saw it clip the corner of where the children were standing, correct.
And what do you mean by clip?
Come into contact with children that were in the front of that group of kids.
Is that how you would define clip?
That's my definition of clip, correct.
You stated also that it veered quickly away from, I'm guessing, that corner. What do you mean by veered quickly away?
The vehicle at one point was coming straight at us, and then the next moment it was heading 45 degrees back on the original route. So it quickly turned to get back onto the street. Otherwise it would have come onto the corner, onto that intersection at Clinton Street.
So it's fair to say if the vehicle did not quickly veer, as you say, it would have ran right into the people on the corner.
That's a fair statement, yes.
Is it also a fair statement to assume that the vehicle veered quickly away from that because it didn't want to strike the people on that corner? Grounds.
Speculation.
Grounds.
Sustained. Calls for speculation on the part of this witness. You do not have to answer.
In your opinion, why would the vehicle have quickly veered?
Objection. Again.
Grounds.
Speculation.
Grounds.
Sustained. Calls for speculation.
If you were driving the vehicle and were able at any time to see people directly in your path, would you veer away?
Objection. Relevance for this
Grounds.
trial.
Sustained.
And I had a grounds for the sustain?
It's not relevant for this witness to answer that question. Calls for a hypothetical that he has not been qualified to answer. It's also on foundation grounds.
Did you get a look at the driver of the vehicle?
I recall looking into the window, but my memory doesn't put a face to that or an image to that, so no.
Did you get the license plate number of the vehicle?
No.
You see any tents on the vehicle that you recall?
No, I was not paying attention to the vehicle after it came down barreling up the children. My eyes, tunnel vision to the kids.
So it'd be fair to say that with you focusing on the kids, it would be difficult to describe the vehicle at that point.
Outside of it obviously being a red SUV in my mind as I saw it come down, I couldn't recall any other details about the vehicle.
So it'd be fair to say the only thing you can recall about the vehicle was the color of it.
That it was a red SUV, a larger vehicle.
So the color of it.
Correct.
You stated that you initially waited before you seek medical attention. Any reason why you would wait?
I walked through the variables earlier. The hospital was on lockdown. I'm familiar with hospital operations enough to know that the acuity for my daughter didn't warrant me taking resources from other victims. My wife's a provider, an urgent care nurse practitioner. I felt she would be in a better position 15, 20 minutes later to assess and handle that from there.
You stated you did the father thing, as you put it, and downplayed the significance of the injury. Any reason why you would downplay it?
I think my initial reaction was a little confusion of what was going on and not seeing any bones sticking out or any blood. I immediately went into this sort of you're okay, meaning compared to everything else I'm seeing around us, you're in an okay position right now to get home. So I don't know if it was downplaying the injury per se, but it was more of just a triaging in my own mind of going, it's not that, it's okay.
It would be fair to say that the language you used was you downplayed the injury. Would that be fair to say?
Yep, that's correct.
After the vehicle passed you, did you observe anyone being struck?
No.
Before the vehicle approached, did you observe anyone being struck?
Yes.
You also stated that at one point, after you were observing the path of travel of the vehicle, that it felt like it was straightening up into the middle of the parade route. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
What do you mean by it felt that way?
Maybe in an incorrect term on my part. My memory, my recollection of the memory was that when it veered off, it went on and continued down the middle of Main Street.
So would it be fair to say that you really don't recall?
And I certainly recall the vehicle heading back down Main Street, down the middle of Main Street.
I'm referring to you saying that it, what it felt like as opposed to what you recall it doing.
I used the incorrect term there. When I said felt, it was more of the word choice of recall I should have used.
And you stated that you would estimate the speed of the vehicle to be about 25 miles an hour?
I said 25 to 30 miles per hour.
So somewhere in between that.
Correct.
And you also stated that it was the vehicle was about 30 feet away from you?
When I first initially saw the video the vehicle was 30 feet away. It was just on the other side of the vehicle, the large suburban vehicle.
So how could you come to the determination of the speed?
Because it was barreling right at us. So as it came around the vehicle, started coming towards us, it felt like 25 to 30 miles per hour. And then as it veered off, no brake lights, just veered off and continued right down Main Street at that rate of speed.
So it felt like that was the speed. Is the term you just used again, felt. It felt like it was going that speed.
So I'm using the term felt, and I am defining that as sort of a mental recollection or a gut feel. I'm not trained in assessing speed, so my gut feel, what I felt at that time, driving that street numerous times, is that it was going 25 to 30 miles per hour.
So would it be fair to say, based on what you just said, that you're not trained in speed analyzation, that would it be fair? Would it be fair to say that you don't know exactly the speed of the vehicle?
Objection.
Grounds.
Answered.
That's based on what he
Hold
said.
on, you asked multiple questions, so I'm going off of the very last question that you asked. And that is, would it be fair to say that you don't know the speed of the vehicle? To that question, the objection's overruled and the witness may answer.
Yes, without looking at a speedometer, I would have no way of knowing exactly how fast that vehicle was going.
Did you notice any damage to the vehicle at that point that it passed you?
I don't recall honing in on that level of detail on the vehicle, so I don't recall.
Do you recall if you may have seen anyone else present in the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Did you ever make any statements to law enforcement after the incident at any time?
My wife and I both shared information on behalf of the crash report and our findings, or our initial statement.
You recall if that was the same night of the incident or in the following days after?
That was the following days.
Do you recall if it was a few days after or maybe a week or two?
I don't recall specifically. I believe probably within a week or so.
Any idea why it took so long for you to give a report? You and your wife, rather, to give a report?
Yeah, just dealing with my daughter and getting her situated, and just the magnitude of the incident. I think it took them a little bit longer. I think we were in contact pretty quickly, but it just took a while for them to get the resources back to us to collect everything.
Did you initially initiate the contact with attempting to file a report?
I can't recall specifically. It's been close to a year, but I believe we did reach out to the DA's office at some point in the following days.
Did you do any follow-up after that initial contact to see if maybe your report had been filed or anything like that?
At that point, the DA's office stayed in contact with us to let us know that everything they needed had been captured.
Do you recall who you talked to from the DA's office?
I don't recall.
Do you recall being told that you may be called to testify in this matter?
I do.
Were you seeking to testify in this matter?
I know I was subpoenaed directly from the state, the DA's office.
So you didn't have any intention to testify in this matter before being subpoenaed?
I knew it was a possibility. I never reached out to request to testify. I let them do their job, and they reached out to me to let me know that I would get subpoenaed.
Have you read or seen any complaint in this matter?
Objection day.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Have you or your wife filed any claims in this matter?
Which claim? Define claims.
Referring to being an injured party or anything of that nature?
We submitted a claim with the DA's office, I believe, for potential medical reimbursement
So that would be in regards to the medical bills.
for my daughter, correct?
So would it be fair to say that you have a financial interest in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Would you consider yourself to be an injured party in this matter?
Me personally, no. Not physically.
So you weren't injured in any way in this?
Not physically injured, no.
Are you aware of the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection. Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Ever had any contact with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Vague. Sustained.
Ever had any phone conversations or personal interactions with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
And with regard to the nature of the question, it's vague.
Sustained.
I don't believe that's vague, Your Honor. I asked specifically if there were any phone conversations or personal interactions. I don't think that's vague. I think that's pretty clear.
Sustained.
And I also believe the jury deserves to know if there is a plaintiff in this matter.
Your objection's noted. It's to that particular statement, or your statement is noted. To the objection from the state, it is sustained. Next question, please.
Are you aware if there even is a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
May I have the grounds for the sustain, Your Honor?
Relevance.
I would object and say that it's very relevant. Again, citing
Your
that.
objection is noted. Next question, please.
Were you ever contacted by anyone who identified as the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's still vague.
That's pretty clear, Your Honor. The jury deserves to know this information.
Mr. Brooks, the objection has been sustained. Next question, please.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Briefly. Sir, at cross-examination, you had testified that you did not see any brake lights. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Objection.
Ground.
Relevancy.
Overruled.
Sorry, correct, yes.
Okay. You testified further on cross-examination that you observed the red SUV strike an individual to your left. Is that correct?
Objection. He also stated that he was focused on his children and not focused on...
That's an argumentative statement. What's the legal basis for your objection, Mr. Brooks?
That is hearsay.
Overruled.
I did not see the individual to my left get hit. I just saw her on the ground, or the victim on the ground.
After you saw her on the ground, did the red SUV stop?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
I did not see the red SUV from that duration of the parade. I didn't see the red SUV until the vehicle had already passed that position and came around the other large SUV. So I can't speak to what happened back there.
Was there anything that you could see in the roadway that would have prevented that red SUV from stopping before it started veering towards your group?
Objection. Hearsay. He didn't see.
The
couldn't see
objection to
above that.
hearsay is noted, it's overruled. You may answer.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Certainly. Did you see anything in front of you that would have prevented the red SUV from stopping as it passed that car that obstructed your view initially?
Objection, irrelevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
Nothing that I saw would have stopped him. That wouldn't have allowed him to stop.
And after he impacted your group that was watching the parade and it continued on towards the dancing grannies, was there anything that you could see that would have stopped the red SUV?
Objection, who's the he you're referring to?
I don't understand the objection. Were you done asking your question?
I was.
Overruled. You may
Objection,
answer.
I don't consent to being called he. We don't even know the he that's being referred to.
Overruled.
The witness didn't identify a he.
Overruled.
I don't recall seeing anything in the road that would have stopped him from stopping, prevented him from stopping.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, thank you. You may step down. This will be an excellent point to take our mid-morning break. We'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury, please.
Well, they're taking a mid-morning break right now. Look, you guys want to see dogs? This is what the dogs do when I sing. Isn't that precious? Ah, fuck. Cover the camera. Oh, jeez. Look. You see them? They just sit there. They just sit. Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Do you see yourself on the camera? Stupid assholes. And the bunnies are still going nutty in the other room. And guess who still hasn't come? FedEx. They haven't come. But gotta do something for Steve, right? Because he's our top contribution. Shout out to Steven. Spelt the correct way. You know, he doesn't have a V in his name because real Steve's, we don't use V's in our proper names, right? We use PH. Because we're amazing. Or something like that. So do you think he knows what hearsay means? Because I'm fairly confident that he has no idea what hearsay means. Someone said, keep your gasket from blowing. What? What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Willis? Grounds. You remember that song? Every single truck that drives by. We just had a shit ton of cops in my neighborhood, too. They weren't coming here. I don't know where they were going, but they came. They were all in unmarked, too. Remember the song from yesterday? Grounds. Grounds. Darrell Brooks is going 6 feet under the ground. Ground. You know? Like, what did the judge say? She just said something that kind of made me chuckle because she's like, I have no idea what you're even objecting to. Look at this. I still have the sticker from the yard sale like 2 years ago. My wife bought me this guitar because I haven't had guitars in a while. Well, I've had this guitar. I had the other one that had a broken neck too. You know? Someone said, I'm sure Brooks doesn't know any definition to a lot of words he used. Yeah. Yep. I'm going to do a show tonight where I'm just going to talk about stuff, general life, because I have to pick up my tux. My son has another football game. Tonight he'll actually get to play because it's for the kids that don't get to play. So, and they're playing against another school whose kids don't get to play that much. So, he's going to be on special teams. Your song calmed you down. So fantastic. Thank you. Did I? Shannon is calmer now because I sing goofy songs and my dogs fall asleep to my voice. My old Jack Russell, Miles, rest in peace, buddy. He used to like whine, close his eyes, and like when I would sing. It's a cutie. These two dogs, they just sleep on each other. Like, can you still? Yeah, look. Now you can see them. Sleepy dogs, sleepy dogs. Haley, what are you doing? Harley is the big fat one. Harley farts too much. And Haley is hyperactive and afraid of her own shadow. Sometimes when we try to entertain ourselves, my wife and kids, we will make voices for them. Oh, you can't even see Harley. He's covered by this laptop. Yeah, Harley. Well, you see his butt, because that's his butt. Because he's a big fat ass. Right, Harley? Hey, what do we got? You see his head now? Yeah. What do we got? Who's that? What? You know the best part about those dogs is they would eat somebody. Because we train them to attack liberals. No, I'm just kidding. That's too much. Too much. Are they related? Yeah, they're brother and sister. So when we got them, in Florida. Did we get them in? Yeah. Did we? Yeah, we got them in Florida, I believe. And because Miles died like 3 years ago, right around Christmas. So I had to take him and put him down. And then about a year later, Lily, our other dog, she had an abscess in her mouth, and within 3 days she was dead because she had the tick thing, whatever that is from ticks. So they didn't know, and she didn't test for it until she got that abscess in her mouth. When she got the abscess, her liver failed, and kidneys failed, everything failed, and she died. And so we end up got I don't know what platform this person, Salius, he's on Facebook. Fucking racist scumbag. You're lucky I'm not going to go through just to get it, but I'll ban you after. Don't you worry. Yeah, Lyme disease. That's it. But so what happened was, not Haley. That's Haley. Lily died, and we were all kind of a wreck, because ever since our family was, even my wife, she came with Miles. That was her dog. So we've always had that one constant in our relationship forever was dogs. So our house without the dogs was noticeably different, and we all hated it. So we went to the animal shelter where we actually got Miles, or where my wife got Miles, and where we got Lily. And they had these puppies. And they were just puppies, and they had a little sister too, because Harley is a dude, Haley is a girl, and they had another little sister, but that one was like a dwarf, right? So it was a tiny little dog, and so these dogs were mean to that dog, and so that dog wasn't really as friendly. And I was like, let's get them all. I liked Harley because he's like a big, strong pit bull looking dog. I liked him. But we didn't want to separate them because these two, I mean, if you can't tell, you're fucking food. They're extremely close to each other. Like, and I'm not just talking with Haley having her, like, she's brave though. That's why I say she's stupid. Harley has a problem where he farts like every 5 seconds, and her face is right there. Like, it's funny because sometimes he'll fart and she'll sneeze. It's funny. But they're good dogs. But we ended up only getting 2 because my wife said it would be too crazy to get 3. We didn't anticipate how big they would grow and how much food they eat. They go through maybe I don't know, a 20-pound bag every week, every 2 weeks. Harley will just keep eating, so we actually just portion them. But what Harley's doing now, that's what he does all the time. And then we have bunnies, one in each of the boys' rooms, because the bunnies are arch enemies. They actually hate each other, and they've tried to kill each other when we did let them out together. So now one bunny is in my older boy's room, and his bunny, I don't even know what the kids call him. It's like Bunny 1 and Bunny 2, or Riley's bunny, Liam's bunny. But they definitely do not like each other. And Riley's bunny, we let the bunnies out for about an hour each day. Liam's bunny, the little bunny, which is one of those super fuck it. You want to see some bunnies? I mean, why not? What else do we got going on? Who wants to see some bunnies? So this bunny, which is my son's Liam's bunny, and yeah, it's got a pink fan. We bought the house. We haven't painted the fans yet. Fuck, I hate these fucking things. You're not allowed to get out to stay. This one likes to jump out. But see, you can see this bunny right here. Right? He's a good bunny. Can you see it there? Probably can't see it. There's no light on this, and I didn't turn on the big light. Here, let me see. Can you see it that way? See? There's a bunny in its cage. And, oh, God, fucking. My wife changes. She changes it. Oh, by the way, we're all super allergic to bunnies. We didn't know till we got them, and we just don't give them away. And then this bunny, which is Riley's bunny, is a mean one. It likes to box with you. This is the one that makes all the noise in here all the time. See? It's playing in the bag. Hey, buddy. And it makes a mess every day in its cage. But tonight I'll play a video of... I almost fell. Ugh, see, that's what happens when I just go in there. I get my nose itches like crazy. But tonight I'll play a video that my wife took. Because the big one that's in Liam's room, that's a funny bunny. See what I did there? I said funny bunny. That's a funny bunny because it likes to like run in circles. So when you let it out, it'll play, and then once it's ready, if you have your feet on the ground, the bunny comes out and just does laps around your feet. The older boy's bunny, which is the boxer bunny, because it boxes you every time you try to clean its cage or pet it or just like help it at all. It wants to bite you and box you. That bunny just hops when it gets happy. It just hops around all over the place. But we have to keep it in a cage because it also really, really enjoys chewing cables. So it's caused my son to cry more than he should because it's chewed through his mouse cables, his expensive headphone cables. I had a very good pair of gaming headphones that we ended up giving him after the bunny chewed through the first cable, chewed through those as well, chewed through his keyboard. He had one of the Razer keyboards that chewed right through that, chewed through our wireless internet. You know, it stays away from the power cords, but it chews through all the other cables. So we got a nice little cage set up for that one. So when we let it out, but so in the Parkland trial, are the jury deliberating? I have no idea. I haven't been watching that trial at all. No idea. Kate said, when they circle your feet, it's actually a sign of love. Like they're counting you or love you. Oh. Yeah, well, they don't do that for me. Neither of the bunnies come anywhere near me. I walk into the rooms typically. Like normally when that first one where I opened it said that the bunny may jump out, that bunny, like if my sons open it or my wife opens it, that bunny's out and just playing around in the yard, in that boy's room because it doesn't chew on wires as much. So, and you know, my younger boy doesn't have a lot of wire stuff in his room. Whereas the older boy, he's got gaming computers and PlayStations and all that stuff. So, but yeah, that's the one that goes in circles. The other one doesn't go in circles. It'll literally just chew and they dig all the time. Right? Right, dogs? Right, doggies? But I have a video tonight that my wife sent me of Haley, the light dog that we have. interacting with the boxer bunny. It's mildly entertaining because the boxer bunny's jumping around, Haley's jumping around, trying to play with it. It was kind of funny. Rob said, your wife accidentally left our daughter's bunny outside in the cage and the sun did not end up well. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. But the trial should be back here soon. I am at home just because I'm waiting for FedEx. They're delivering something here. I thought that they could deliver it here and not sign for it. At my office, because it's a business address, they will not leave a package. If I am not there, then they will not leave it. They'll just say we're coming back. And because we're going away for the wedding tomorrow, I needed to get it. So I was like, oh, we'll ship it to home. And then I looked at the FedEx tracking, and it's actually I got a sign for it, which sucks. So I'm just sitting here waiting, and it's a screen press. So I'm just sitting here waiting for it. And then we're coming back on Sunday, and then I'll be back in the office on Monday, and that's where I'll set up the screen press and try to get all that stuff situated. Tam Mo said, do you see my comments? Yes. All right. The trial's back, so we'll see you in a little bit. Guys, I hate to ask, but if you do want to support the stream, if you like the stream and you like that I'm keeping it live for you, I'm also going to keep it live tomorrow and Friday, even though I'm going to be traveling. Please send Cash Apps, Venmos. It helps us pay the bills. It helps us afford to be able to live stream this every day. So even if you have, just throw $5, $10, $15, $2,000, whatever you want. It truly does help us. Anyway, let's get back to this trial.
Also would like for the record to address subject matter jurisdiction again, Your Honor, if you would like to answer that now.
No, I would not. And will not.
Is that a judiciary determination?
The record stands. I've previously addressed that issue.
So you will not be answering that?
All right, the record should reflect the jury is coming in.
Is that a tacit agreement again, Your Honor?
I'm not answering that.
So is that a yes or no? I'll take that as a yes for the record, Your Honor.
That's not either, sir. I'm not answering
You didn't
that.
reply. Remember, non-response is consent.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Statement called. Next witness.
The state would call Heather Rashadi.
All right, good morning. Ms. Rashadi, if you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Heather Rashadi, Heather Ricciotti.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Ms. Rashadi, I want to direct your attention to November 21st of last year. Were you at the Christmas parade held on Main Street in the city of Waukesha?
I was.
Who were you there with?
I was there with my 3 children.
How old are they?
At the time, they would have been 7, 5, and not quite 2.
Do you recall where you were seated or standing?
We were on the corner by the steaming cup.
Okay. I'm going to ask that Exhibit 51, which was previously admitted into evidence, be published to the jury.
Permission granted.
Ma'am, do you see the area highlighted on the screen in front of you? Actually on the table right in front of you.
Oh,
sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And does that look familiar as the steaming cup?
Yes, we were on the paver portion of the corner there.
Okay. Can you circle or put an X in the area that you and your 3 kids are at, approximately?
Sure. It's a touchscreen. Okay. So I would have been a little bit further back from my kids, maybe like over here, and my kids, my two older kids, would have. They were in the street, right about there.
Okay. And at some point, were you standing? I'm sorry.
I was standing, and my youngest was in a stroller with me.
And the other two kids, were they in the street?
Yep, they were with the other kids that were just waiting for candy from the floats.
Were their kids on like your right side as you were watching the parade?
They were kind of just in front of me, a little to the side, though. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What was that the approximate area that your kids were standing?
Even out probably a little bit further than probably a little bit further than where I circled.
Did anyone raise a concern about where they were standing at some point during the parade?
There was concern about it. A police officer had come by and actually moved all the kids back a little bit. And there was another mom there, and her daughter was near my kids. And she had actually said to me, gosh, they're out a little bit far. And I said, everything's going so slow, they're not going to get hit. They'll be fine.
So at some point during the parade, was your attention diverted from what was the floats and the participants and the spectators to something else? Was your attention drawn away?
Yeah, there was one point when there was a break in the actual parade, and an SUV came down the road, and it was coming faster than any parade float should have been coming, so it was confusing, and I didn't know what was happening at the time, but it did veer into the crowd just right in front of me where my son got hit.
Okay. So first of all, can you draw an arrow on the direction that the vehicle was going?
Sure. It was coming from this way.
Okay. And what direction, if you can kind of follow that line, what direction was it going as you said it veered towards you?
It wasn't going straight. It was just kind of like, and then it just kind of went in this way and ended up right about there.
Okay. Were any of your kids, one was in a stroller that was by you, up on the ledge, I think, or the...
Yeah, further back.
Were either of your other two kids struck by the SUV?
My middle son, Owen, was struck by the SUV when it came through.
And Owen is 7?
He was 5 at the time. He's 6 now.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's exactly
He's the
what I
middle
had done.
one.
I was just testing you to make sure that you knew the ages.
It's hard to
of your
keep them
kids.
straight, but I sometimes do.
Thank you. Did you see the path of travel after the SUV came towards you and hit Owen?
I didn't, because I gathered up my kids as fast as I could, and we had parked in the public lot down here, and so I just gathered them up as fast as I could, and we just ran to the car and to get out of there. There was a lot of chaos and screaming and crying. And
did you? What injuries did Owen receive?
He ended up needing 6 stitches. He had a gash on his eye, above his eye, like in his eyebrow. So we needed 6 stitches because it was pretty deep. They couldn't just glue it or anything like that.
Now, you put your hand above your right eyebrow. Was it above his right eyebrow?
Yeah.
Okay. And where were the kids facing, if you recall, right before the SUV came and struck Owen?
They were waiting for the next float, so he was turned facing the way the floats were coming because there wasn't anything going on at the time. We were just waiting for the next thing, so they were just watching for the next float to come by.
Okay. So I'm assuming his body...
Yeah, he was turned.
Okay, thank you. Did you get medical attention right away?
I dropped my youngest and my oldest off at home, and then I quickly took Owen to Waukesha Memorial.
And that's where he was treated?
That's where he was treated.
Did you see, first of all, what color was the SUV?
It was a maroonish red.
Okay. Did you notice anything distinctive about it other than it was a maroonish red SUV?
No,
Did you see the vehicle prior to it striking Owen strike anyone?
I didn't.
Did you see the vehicle strike anyone after it struck Owen?
I didn't.
Nothing further. Oh, sorry. Nope. We'd ask that a screenshot be taken of State's Exhibit 51. I believe that would be 51A.
Objection.
And we'd ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Objection.
Overruled.
My objection was to clarification on whether she was done or not.
I believe it is 51A. It is also captured, and did you move that one in to evidence?
Thank you.
Sorry, did you? 51A?
I did.
All right, and 51A is also received.
And the state would have no other questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right, any questions, sir?
Yes. You stated a few minutes ago that at one point before the vehicle came through that you were having a conversation to the effect of things were going slow, they're not going to get hit.
I never said I was having a conversation.
Well, let me back up. Who were you talking to when you said everything's going slow, pretty slow, they're not going to get hit?
Another mom.
So would it be fair to say that's a conversation?
Yes.
And why did you make reference to getting hit at that point?
Because I didn't expect my kid to get hit at a parade.
So you had already made the determination that they were going to get hit at a parade at that point?
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative, sustained. You do not have to answer that question.
Why would getting hit be in your head at that point?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. She may answer the question.
I wasn't concerned about my children being hit at a parade because typically at a parade floats are going very slow.
That still doesn't quite answer the question because the statement was things are going pretty slow, they won't get hit. What prompted the statement they won't get hit at that point?
Another mom was concerned about how much into the street the kids were waiting for candy.
So it'd be fair to say that the initial concern was from another parent
Correct.
and not yourself.
I wasn't worried about my kids getting hit at a parade as I shouldn't have been.
You stated also that you dropped your other kids off before seeking medical attention. Would that be fair to say?
I said that.
Any reason why you didn't seek medical attention immediately?
I did seek medical attention immediately.
You also just stated that you dropped your other kids off. And
My house is on the way to the hospital, so I dropped 2 of my children off so they wouldn't have to sit at the hospital.
So your attention at that point was to seek medical attention.
I sought medical attention.
Was
Yes.
that your intent?
That's what I did.
Was it your intent?
Objection. I already missed it.
Grounds.
Sustained. Asked and answered.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the parade?
No.
You recall what time you left the parade?
No.
Were you at the parade with anyone other than your children at that time?
No.
Before you were able to see the vehicle that struck your son, or was it your son?
Yes.
Before you saw the vehicle, did you observe anyone else struck before that moment?
No.
After that moment?
No.
About how long did it take you to gather your children up before?
Not very long.
Do you recall how long you were treated at the hospital?
I don't know. We were there for a while waiting. The waiting room was full of people that were hurt.
Were you ever told at any point during your waiting process that you probably could have went to another medical facility?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
You recall giving a statement to law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you recall if it was the same night of the incident?
I gave a report the night of the incident at the hospital.
And did you follow up on that report at any time?
No, I didn't.
Any reason why?
Why would I follow up?
Well, it would be fair to say, would it not, that after making a report to law enforcement, you would want to follow up maybe to see what's going to be done about the report. Would that be fair to say?
I knew that the police were going to do their jobs, so I didn't have a reason to follow up. They contacted me when they needed to contact me.
So it'd be fair to say you just gave the report and then just left the rest up to law enforcement?
Sure.
And I'm assuming that law enforcement at some point got back in touch with you. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
Do you recall about when that was?
Either the next day or the day after.
Do you recall if it was a detective or a regular officer?
I believe it was a detective.
Do you recall the name of the detective?
No.
Were you at any time given a card by the detective to be able to keep in contact?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if your interview was written down as a summary or if it was recorded?
I think he did both.
Did you file any claims related to this matter?
No.
Ever read or saw a complaint in this matter?
No.
Grounds.
Sustained. You may rephrase if you want, but it's sustained as to the form of the question.
Whom were you contacted by in regards to possibly testifying in this matter?
I don't know. Probably the DA's office. I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed?
I was subpoenaed to be here.
Do you recall who that subpoena was from?
I don't know.
So it'd be fair to say that you received a subpoena and never read who it was from. Would that be fair to say?
From the state of Wisconsin.
When you say the state of Wisconsin, who are you referring to?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
Not relevant.
Will you consider yourself an injured party in this matter?
I was not physically injured myself.
Have you filed a claim in this matter in any way?
Yes, answered.
Sustained.
Would you consider yourself to be the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
Not relevant. Also under 90611.
Are you aware of any plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained on relevance grounds.
Ever had a conversation with the plaintiff at any time in this matter?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question. You may rephrase it if you would like. Some more specificity.
Have you ever had any phone conversations or personal interactions with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of a question. You may rephrase it if you so choose with more specificity so that it's not vague.
Are you aware of the identity of the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Not relevant.
Grounds.
It's not relevant. Sustained.
Are you aware if there is a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained
Grounds for the sustain.
on relevance grounds. Also under 90611.
With all respect, Your Honor, the jury deserves to know this information. We're withholding important information from the jury. They deserve to know this.
The jury will disregard the statement made by Mr. Brooks as not being an accurate statement of the law. Next question.
So to the best of your knowledge, you're not aware of any plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, please move on to another topic under 90611. You are hereby advised that if you do not move on to a new topic, I will close the cross-examination.
With all due respect, Your Honor, this is important information the jury deserves to know.
Mr. Brooks, ask a relevant question, please.
That holds a lot of relevance, Your Honor.
Mr. Brooks, one last opportunity to ask a question. Otherwise, the court will declare the cross-examination closed under 90611.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
He's all but sealing his fate here. That's the thing that I just can't understand.
Statement called to next witness.
Like, that's the thing I can't understand. He knows that what he's doing is incorrect, and yet he's still doing it anyway. It's almost like he's being deliberate about it. He understands, and because they've already said during his court filings and all that, he's trying to pretend like he's a moron. He's not a moron. He's a diabolical killer of people. And he should, like, man, I wish one of these parents would just be like, say grounds again. Say grounds again. Like that. That's what I wish one of them would do.
First and last names for the record, and then spell each.
Daniel Knapp, Daniel, Knapp, Knapp.
Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Morning.
I gotta direct your attention to November 21st of 2021. Were you at the Waukesha Christmas parade on that date?
I was.
Who were you with?
I was with my family, my wife, and 3 children, as well as 3 other families. There was a group of 19 of us.
And by chance, were you with, I'm sorry, Harris? Yes, thank you. Ed Harris?
Yes.
And men have
Hold
history.
on, overruled. The question and answer will stand.
Sir, how old are you kids?
My kids at the time of the parade were 11, 7, and 3.
Where were you seated for the parade?
My family was in front of the Steaming Cup, so that would be on the northeast corner of Main and Clinton Street.
And I said seated, but I guess were you standing or where were you on that corner?
Yeah, so I was behind the group of, we had 12 children that were lined up across the street or on the side of the street waiting to receive candy. I was behind the children, so closer to the Steaming Cup.
Was that the same general location as the other parents?
That is correct, yes. My wife, Stephanie, was with my daughter, Kelsey, going in and out of the Steaming Cup, given it was a little chilly that day, and my daughter was a little cold, so she would go in and out of the Steaming Cup. So she was a little further to the west than I was, but we were all in the general direction.
Okay. And how old is Kelsey?
Kelsey, at the time of the incident, was 3. Today, she's 4.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you hear anything unusual during the parade?
Yeah, so in watching the parade, with a lot of circumstance pomp, bands and noises, but then all of a sudden the noises changed to what I would describe as sounds of screaming, and at the time when that occurred, the direction kind of turned from facing the parade down to the east, looking down Main Street.
So as you're facing the parade, would east be to your left? Or to your
That
right?
is correct, to my left.
Shoot to your left. And when you said screaming, you said this is a parade. I'm assuming that there are kids and adults screaming and yelling. What was different about the screaming that you heard?
In my recollection, there is a difference between laughing and having a joyful time as compared to screaming out of fear, terror. It was just a noticeable difference.
And the screaming that you heard out of fear or terror, that was the screaming that you heard when you looked left?
That is correct.
What did you see?
So what I saw when I looked left was there was a SUV pulling a float that was down to our left side that had not got to the position that we were at, and all of a sudden a car, red SUV, pulled around that float and headed directly in our direction.
You said a red SUV. Did you notice anything unusual about it as the car came at you?
Other than obviously a car coming at us during a parade was something that was very unexpected. And as it got closer, as I mentioned, it was coming at maybe a northwest direction as it passed the SUV, coming directly at our location. And in terms of anything else at that point, no.
I'm going to show and ask the court to publish Exhibit 51. It will show up in front of your screen.
Go ahead.
First of all, sir, is this, does this area look familiar to you?
It does.
And where's the steaming cup?
The steaming cup would be the building I'm circling right now.
Yep. Okay. And where were you seated or standing, approximately?
Yeah, so I was standing somewhere right about here.
Okay. And where were your kids?
So we had, like I mentioned before, a group of 12 that were lined up. Kelsey would have been the furthest to the west, and I would approximate that the 12th child furthest to the east would have been somewhere in this direction, or location, excuse me.
And do you know approximately that would have been the location she would have been on the curb, meaning Kelsey, or would she have been off the curb, if you recall?
It's my recollection that she would have been off the curb. There was a lot of excitement with the children, and there was a police officer that would often push the children back to ensure that they were staying out of the direction of the parade. And so it's my recollection that they would have been on the street at that time.
Okay. And still using Exhibit 51, when you state that this red SUV was coming at your group, can you, and I don't know if you can you show the direction of travel using this exhibit?
Overruled. You may answer.
Thank you. I would, the direction I would have, based on my recollection, was coming here, and again, right at our location. So coming here, and then would have come back this direction into the middle of the street.
Okay. So let's kind of go through that. When you first saw the car, was it on, can you show by an arrow using Exhibit 51, can you show by arrow the, I think you actually have, the direction that the parade was going? You did with the arrow that you previously pointed, is that?
Yeah, the direction of the parade was coming in this direction here.
And where specifically was the car coming from? Was it coming from, as you're looking at the car, was it coming from the left side of the road or the right side of the road?
Witness.
Overruled.
The car was coming from the south side of Main Street.
Which is, you're on the north side?
I'm on the north side by Steam and Cup, so it had passed the SUV on the south side and then came into our purview at that point, coming on a northwest direction towards us.
So the red SUV passed another SUV?
That's correct. It had passed an SUV that had yet to come to our location. So I'm not exactly sure what unit that was in the parade, but as it passed that SUV, it came into my purview, and that's what I got sight of the vehicle.
So the SUV that the red SUV passed, the red SUV would have passed the other SUV on the driver's side.
That is correct.
Okay. If I could have a screen capture of this, I believe it would be 51B.
It is captured. We'll save it as 51B.
It also has.
Hold on. I'm sorry, was there an objection?
Yes.
The basis for the objection?
Relevancy.
It is relevant. 51B has been captured, and I believe you had a statement about it.
Yes, I'd ask that be moved into evidence.
It is received. 51B.
The objection be noted for the record, Your Honor.
It already has been. Yes, it will be noted.
Sir, continuing to look at 51, you had stated that the direction of travel then was towards the middle of Main Street. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Could you see what it was going towards?
So at the time of when that vehicle was coming towards our group, myself in particular, I saw the driver of that SUV coming right towards me, and then start making a little bit of that, I guess, turning up, instead of the northwest direction, turning more to the west. And at that time, my concern after looking at this vehicle was realizing that he was heading directly for our children. And as the vehicle passed myself and getting to the end of our group, which again, Kelsey was furthest on the west, and right next to Kelsey would have been a family friend, Brinley Harris. And I saw the vehicle strike my daughter. My daughter flew approximately 15 feet towards the middle of the intersection of Clinton and Main. So at that point, a fatherly instinct kicked in, and my sole focus was at my daughter at that point. So I did not have any contact, visual contact with the vehicle after that point.
So you said Kelsey flew approximately 15 feet into Clinton Street?
In estimation,
Your objection is noted.
Already answered.
What was the objection?
That was already answered.
That's not my recollection, so it's overruled. I believe she was seeking clarification or additional details.
Can that be clarified in the question?
No, go ahead and ask your question, Attorney Basie. Your objection's noted, it's overruled.
Is that a judicial determination, Your Honor?
Go ahead, Attorney Basie.
So what did you do upon seeing that?
So after seeing my daughter get hit as the vehicle was turning again into the parade route, noticing my daughter was hit by the front right side of the vehicle, and watching my daughter and where she ended up was my sole focus. I ran over to her to check on the condition she was in.
So you actually saw the red SUV's front right bumper strike your daughter?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's what caused her to be propelled into approximately 15 feet away?
That's correct.
What did you notice once you got to your daughter?
I noticed my daughter had a significant amount of blood on her face. She was conscious, but I would consider it a look of, now mind you, she's 3 years old, a look of just complete fear and misunderstanding, just not understanding what just occurred.
What did you do?
So I picked up my daughter, and not knowing exactly the situation that we were currently involved in, not knowing if there was another vehicle, just not really understanding the situation, I picked her up and I ran north on Clinton Street for about 10 yards. I stopped at that moment. I turned back towards Main Street to make eye contact with my wife and the rest of the group to ensure that the rest of the group was safe, and just to get a bearing of where we were after making eye contact with my wife and asking the question, is everyone else safe? I proceeded to run with Kelsey in my arms. We were parked at Waukesha State Bank, which I grew up in Waukesha, so thankfully I'm very familiar with the surroundings in this general area, and I knew how close I was to the hospital. I ran with Kelsey. My brother-in-law caught up with me and came with me as we drove up to Waukesha Memorial Hospital and brought Kelsey into the hospital.
What injuries did Kelsey receive as a result of being struck by the red SUV?
So Kelsey received a tear in her spleen in this location.
And for the record, I just want to show that you pointed to the left side.
Correct.
Of
back left side of Kelsey.
Okay.
She received a broken nose, significant road rash and cuts to her facial area, which one of them required some facial surgery.
Prior to the vehicle striking Kelsey, when you first saw the vehicle, did you hear it honking its horn?
I did not.
You stated that the vehicle was coming right at you. Were you able to see inside the vehicle?
I was.
How many people were inside that vehicle?
I could only see one person in the vehicle.
Presumably the driver?
Yes, it was on the driver's side, front driver's side.
Could you tell male or female?
Yes, it was a black male, and at the time, the eyes, is what drew me in. We're completely wide open, and made eye contact with the individual driving the vehicle.
So you looked eye to eye with the person who hit your daughter.
I did.
Did you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out by where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He's seated
I ask
in.
that Mr. Brooks take off his face mask.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
He is seated at the table, located over here. He's got a gray suit on, a blue shirt, and a tie.
Let the record reflect that witness has identified the defendant, Darrell Brooks.
Objection, I do not consent to being called that name, nor do I know any individual by that name, Your Honor.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified the defendant as the driver of the SUV that struck his daughter.
May my objection be noted for the record as well, Your Honor.
It's noted.
From your observations, you didn't see anyone else in the car, correct?
I did not.
Did the defendant, was he flailing his arms? Do you recall where his hands were?
I do not recall any hand movement. My main recollection is the face, specifically the eyes.
Do he appear to be in control of the car?
Yes.
Did the vehicle stop after hitting your daughter?
The vehicle did not stop after hitting my daughter, although, as I stated before, I do not have recollection of exactly where the vehicle went, other than getting back towards the center of Main Street.
As the car was coming towards your location, could you estimate the speed?
I have no way of estimating the exact speed, but I would say way too fast for the situation.
So you indicate that you were friends with Matt Harris and his family?
Objection. Relevancy
Overruled.
to this particular witness.
Overruled. It goes to context and background.
Grounds for that.
Context and background. It's also relevant. Go ahead, you may answer.
That's correct. We are.
And you say that Brindley was standing near Kelsey when Kelsey got hit?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
Brindley was standing directly to Kelsey's left, to her east.
And did you see Brindley after November 21st?
Yes, I've seen Brindley after November 21st.
Shortly after November 21st of last year?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
Yes.
Did she have any type of medical dressing on her at that time?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
Grounds for that.
It's
Overruled.
relevant.
Yes, she had a full cast on.
Her leg?
Yes, her leg.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Any cross, Mr. Brooks?
Yes. You may claim that you locked eyes with the driver of the vehicle. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And approximately how far was the vehicle from you when you supposedly locked eyes?
I would estimate it 20 feet.
Would it be fair to say that that's about as far as I am from you now? Or was the vehicle further than where I am now from you?
I would state that it was probably a little bit closer.
And what do you mean by a little bit closer?
I would say perhaps halfway, maybe three-quarters of the way between where you're seated right now and where I'm seated right now.
What would be 3/4 of the way? Can you like point about where?
Again, I estimated at about 20 feet. So
would it be fair to say that halfway between you and I would not be an accurate a statement of 20 feet?
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative.
Overruled. He may answer the question.
That's why I said it was about 3/4 of the way.
So about what spot would it be? By this black, I guess, I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's a door.
Electrical box.
Excuse me, what is that?
It's an electrical box.
Would it be by this electrical box? Would it be this square directly next to the electrical box? I mean, what would you say would be 3/4 of the way?
So the electrical box would be a good estimation of the distance. However, it was a little further to my left than where the electrical box was because it was coming at us at more.
So it would be a little further this way, coming back towards the table here.
Your Honor, I just ask that the defendant allow the witness to answer the question before he asks the next question.
And I agree. The record should also reflect that as the witness was answering the question, he was motioning with his left arm in a direction outstretched kind of from front of his body to the left of his body, probably at a 45-degree angle to demonstrate that his observation of the vehicle was in that direction. You may ask the question again then so the witness can answer from there.
So you would estimate that it was in relation to where the electrical box is, probably approximately around like this general area right here?
To my direction, probably a little bit to the left of there.
Just so the record is clear, Mr. Brooks is standing up at his table. He's pointing what would be pretty much directly in front of him, but to my left of the electrical box. We have large squares of carpet and would be a square and a half to the left, my left, Mr. Brooks' right.
For the record, I'm a third party, Your Honor. I would like that stated for the record. I don't identify by that name or consent to being called that name, Your Honor.
Your lack of consent is noted. Next question, please.
Your Honor, just for the record, I don't think some of the jurors in the back can see the black electrical box.
Sure. Why don't we have our
Just
jurors stand for a moment so that we can be clear that they're seeing that. Thank you. All right. So the record should reflect that the jurors are all standing to take a look at where the electrical box is and, of course, the squares of carpet next to that. All right. Thank you. You may be seated. Next question, sir.
And you would say from that general distance, you were able to clearly lock eyes with a vehicle that was passing you at a speed that you say was too fast?
As I stated before, the vehicle was not necessarily passing me, it was coming straight at me. And yes, I was able to lock eyes.
And do you recall if the vehicle had any tint?
I do not recall if the vehicle had any tinted windows. I assume, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, tint, yes.
I do not recall if the vehicle had any tinted windows.
Were you able to, you clearly were able to make the color of the vehicle, would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
And were you able to make out the make and model of the vehicle?
I was not.
And were you able to see if there were any occupants in the vehicle other than the driver?
I only saw one occupant in the vehicle.
Did you get a license plates of the vehicle?
I did not get a license plate to the vehicle.
Do you recall what the driver was wearing?
I do not recall what the driver was wearing.
So it would be fair to say that all you looked at was the eyes then and not the entire face.
I saw the face of the occupant, the driver of the vehicle. I did not see pants or make out any shirt or jacket or any other markings.
I didn't ask about pants, But
The witness answered your question. Next question, sir.
I would like to get to it, Your Honor. Did you observe the vehicle strike anyone while it was coming towards you?
I didn't. I did not.
After it had passed you?
Yes, I observed the vehicle striking my 3-year-old daughter, Kelsey.
After that point?
I did not.
You stated that when the vehicle was coming towards you, it turned away. It was turning away.
Yes, as the vehicle was coming directly towards our group, it did make a turn from a northwest direction to a westerly direction down Main Street.
Would it be fair to say that that direction that it turned was turning away from you?
Correct. It was turning towards the middle of the street.
But generally turning away from the area that you and your children were standing at that point in time.
Correct.
From your observation, why do you think the vehicle would have been turning away from you?
Objection.
Grounds.
Calls for speculation.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Calls for speculation.
Were you injured in any way?
I was not physically injured.
And would it be fair to say that you would describe the scene as pretty chaotic at that point?
Absolutely.
And
Mr. Brooks, sorry to interrupt. How much longer do you have? The only reason I ask is there's some weather coming in and I've had some alerts and I want to make sure everyone gets to a safe location. There is a tornado warning, not for us just yet, but so I'll let you finish, but I may be interrupting if another alert comes in. Are they going in? All right, we're gonna take our lunch early then, and all rise for the jury. Sorry for the interruption, Mr. Brooks.
Will I be able to finish my question?
You will.
Whoa, what happened? I wasn't paying attention. What happened? What in the shit happened? A tornado warning? Whoa. Whoa. They're tornadoes. You got the crazy tornadoes. You got the crazy tornado warnings. Crazy tornado. Shout out to Steven, who contributed via Venmo. We don't have very many today. I think we have D, Mike, and Steven were the three who contributed. So maybe I should do like top contribution via Cash App or Venmo. Means I won't sing. You know? There's a tornado warning. Yeehaw! In Wisconsin. They did it quickly too. If you use the high-pitched chipmunk voice, I can't because I'm at home. Unfortunately. I really need to make this whole song. The grounds, that one. Grounds. Wow, grounds. Darrell Brooks is going 6 feet into the ground. See, I fucked it up already. Yeah, I don't have any special audio equipment here. Warm air and cold air, it comes together, makes the velocity tornado. See, they always do that. Hold on, they just...
We'll go back on the record then and stay.
No. This is just a replay video right now. Every time you hear grounds, go buy some coffee. Yeah. You don't think he'll last in coffee? Or last in jail? I think he's gonna get along well with all the other scumbags. Darrell Brooks going to jail. He's gonna get sentenced to probably life. I don't know, like 100 years or something like that. He's not facing murder, so I don't think he can get life. I think he could get like 200 fucking years behind bars. He's gonna go to jail forever. Oh, where is it? Oh, there. Bam, there I am. All right, howdy. How are you doing? My dogs are being stupid. I had to switch the camera angle because, yeah. But as you can tell, I'm still here waiting for FedEx. I actually have a lot of shit that I have to do today. You know, just personal, like, hygiene and stuff. Like, I gotta shave the head, trim the old beard, shave under her. I gotta do all that. But I'm worried because the signature is required, and I'm fairly certain that if I go take a shower and start trimming my, shaving my head and all that, I'm gonna miss them coming. Because we're gonna be away for 5 days. You know, I need to get this damn thing, you know? You know what I'm saying? Someone said I'm totally fine seeing you and music over the courtroom. Yeah. No, he's gonna go to jail. Sarah also sent a Venmo, thank you. Oh, did we just get another one? Hell yeah, we did. Tanya! Or hypocrisy sucks. She said grounds. Grounds. Steven is like in a 4-way tie right now. You got D, Mike, Tanya, and Steven. And yeah, they're all in the tie for the top donation. Lunch with tornado on the side. I know, they ended it quite suddenly. That's that one. I don't know how to play guitar, boys and girls. It's my concentration face. Look at scruffy as fuck. I really want to, clean up. Like, look, it looks like I have a mohawk if I sit like that. That's how long my hair is right now. Because I'm, like, balding. Then why play? Because I feel like it, Paul. Because why not? What else are you going to do? Oh, that's right. You could go watch CNN, you piece of shit. There. That was a good one. I keep checking, too. FedEx. Paul is a butthole. Someone said, well, at least I could play drums. Well, that's good. Someone said, are destroying America like they something with a marriage? Is this the same text, or did I just get another one? Or did I get another one? Oh, Tanya's now the she's like, hold my Lipton iced tea. So I gotta switch it now because Tanya has taken the lead. And yeah, we're adding them together. So Tanya has taken the lead. I believe it was via Cash App though. Come on, fucking FedEx. Oh yeah. I'm just writing Tanya. Yeah. There. Now it's updated. Someone said, can we get the chipmunk voice? No, I can't do the chipmunk voice here. That takes a special soundboard, which is at the office. Joey Scott said, write a song about how you burned me on the August box and the damn TV I want. Horrible communication. I don't know how you're saying you didn't get the TV, because when the last email, which I replied to, we confirmed the TV. And the August box, I'm not quite sure why you were the only one that didn't get an August box. If you're talking about a September box, they are delayed and haven't shipped yet. But you could say horrible communication. That's never been my strong suit. When I get everything back over, I will hire someone that's just sole job is to reply to emails. Or I should just figure out a way to be more like Amazon. You know what I mean? Or I could just start selling shitty products and not take as much pride into like the shirts and stuff that we make. And then it would be better, right? Better for you. It's like the people that order the variety pack K-Cups. I haven't finished packing all those yet because they take forever. Or the people that ordered the Keurigs, because those are also supposed to be delivered today or tomorrow. I think today. And so then I have to finish making the K-Cups variety packs and send those out. They're saying another big name is going down at CNN. Can I track this package that's coming to me? Yeah, it says it's out for delivery. It said it's at 7 o'clock this morning. And it'll probably come later in life. Welcome to the USA Today. It tells me I have to chill. Okay. Here's the song. You may tell me I've got to chill. I've got 2 words for you. It starts with a fuck and ends with the letter U. Fuck you, shitheads. Joey Scott said never got shipping or any of it or emails. Well, check your fucking replies because I know I've emailed you. You know, so don't know what to. And I've live chatted you before during live streams. Anywho, the Florida drawing, we're gonna choose the winner tonight too on the show, just so everyone knows. I got everything all put together. That's the one thing I could do on the back end here is very large spreadsheet. So, someone said, you think it's gonna be Don Lemon? Someone else said, Steve trim your nose hair. But I actually thought about doing that the other day, and I looked for the nose hair trimmer, and I realized I think we forgot it in the move. Because it's not here, so I had to use scissors, and I actually did trim my nose hair the other day, but I had to use like really sharp scissors, and I've never been so scared. You know? Welcome to the USA Today. So got your shirts. I got fast. Yeah. Someone said my singing is awful. Well, then so is your taste in music, because my singing is fucking amazing. Not really. It fucking sucks. Oh, come on, fucker. No. My one computer that's logged into the other ones just logged me out. Ugh. You want it to be a Costa? Lemon's already on his way out. Yeah. Awfully great. I like what you did there. So we're just waiting for them to finish their tornado warning / lunch break. I wonder if... No, see? I was going to try to see what they were going to have for lunch. You know what I mean? I love the calming effect of your singing. Okay, you're not listening. Can't be awful. Steve identifies as a rock start. Huh. Star, you mean? Now you got me all subconscious about my damn nose hair. Like shit. Who really cares about my nose hair? I'm gonna grow it out. I think it would be funny to braid it or dread it. Maybe I should just grow out my hair and become a dirty hippie. Right? What do you think, Harley? Or Haley? Maybe I should stop showering and then I'll fit in with Vermonters. Maybe I should go out in the woods or in the tree. No, in the sun. Nah, see? And braid, yeah. Someone said, are there any truths or charges against Crackhead Hunter? I don't think there's been any charges yet. I think the FBI or someone from the Department of Justice leaked to Politico or the New York Times or the Washington Post. I think it was the Washington Post that the DOJ officials believe that there is enough to charge Hunter Biden with tax stuff and with his illegal thing, lying on a gun application. But the decision is actually left to the Delaware Attorney General. And the speculation is that they leaked it out to the press because they were pissed off that it's taken so long. I think if they do charge him, it's not going to happen until after the midterms. You know? Where does TV go when they have lunch? He goes back to a holding cell. They have had enough yet. They haven't charged with anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Any song about poop makes my kids laugh. You know? Why do men get nose hair? I have no idea. Women don't? I don't know. So why do some women have mustaches? That's a real question. Why do some women have mustaches or singular beard hairs that they don't trim? That's the thing that I never understood. Like, you'll find like a woman that has like one chin hair, right? Or a dude even. Dudes that have like one chin hair because they can't grow a beard, but they leave that one chin hair. It would make my fucking day to see someone, because you've all seen someone like a woman that has like a really, or a dude that has like a really patchy beard. It'd be funny if they put a braid on the end of it. Here's another question. Nope. I can't do that because you can't say anything about fat people, right? Is that wrong? I don't think they do it anymore. Now it's like joggers. Why do fat people wear yoga pants? I've never understood it. I've questioned that for a long time. Why do overweight people wear yoga pants? That would be like me wearing skinny jeans. It just won't fucking happen. I've never understood it. I've never understood where fat dudes wear skinny jeans either. So yesterday I was at the football game and there was these like high school kids that came and they were wearing shorts that were like short, right? Like mid-thigh shorts. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you wearing chick shorts? And they were pink too. They look like bros. They look like the type of dudes that would be like slapping each other's ass when they're alone by themselves. They look like they would slap each other's ass when they get a PR in the gym. They look like they would swat the other person while they're warming up. Or spot the other person while they're warming up is what I meant to say. I could get so fucking dirty here, but I'm not going to. They look like they would spot someone while they're curling. Maybe they were rugby players. No, they look like dumbasses. Someone said that's a new style, 2022. Yeah, is it? Swim team. I didn't look close enough. That wouldn't surprise me, though. When I was a kid, jeans were just called tight. Yeah. His dad will give him a part. Yeah, but don't you have to be... I don't know how it works. Don't you have to be... I was thinking about that, too. Don't you have to be convicted of a crime before you get a pardon for it? Like, is there any point in charging Hunter Biden if... Well, yeah, because Joe Biden can't give him a pardon until he's convicted for a crime. He can't be pardoned before the crime is committed, right? Or before the crime is adjudicated. I don't know. I don't know how that works. You know what's really fucking stupid is when Darrell Brooks was recrossing, or when he was giving cross examination, whatever you want to call it, of the mother that had her two kids out there. Oh my God. I'm sitting there going, there's no way in hell if something happened to my kids, even if they were there and they were unharmed, there is no way in hell I could keep my composure in that courtroom. There's absolutely no way. This woman had her son that was hit by a vehicle and had to get 6 or 7 stitches in his forehead. And Darrell Brooks is literally saying, so, you weren't taking him to the hospital. It wasn't as urgent to take him to the hospital, and criticizing him. Like, her best thing was like, hey, I didn't think that there was a big deal with our kid standing in the road. I think it's insane he could defend himself. No, Teresa, that's wrong. Teresa said he will have to be in prison to get a pardon. That's not true. He would just have to be sentenced, is my understanding. Haha, Harley's lip or tongue is a little bit out of his mouth. It's kind of funny. Watch. Oh, shit. See? You see his tongue? See his little tongue? There's the tongue. Look, there's the tongue. Oh, wait, is that it? Yeah, that was your tongue. Ah. Oh, shit. I dropped it. Come on, FedEx. what happened to the trial. Now they're on lunch breaks, so they're taking their lunch break now because they had a tornado warning. Why doesn't he want to be called Mr. Brooks? Because he gave himself some other identity or something. Someone said, how long have I been playing guitar? I don't play guitar. I know a couple of chords. That's it. But for years, I just don't care about learning any more chords. I got enough going on in my life. You know what I'm saying? So tempted. Oh, man. Hold on 1 second. So what order was this one? Someone said, what's up, buddy? Not much. What's up with you? Song? No, people are complaining about the singing and the guitar playing. It's apparently not good enough for them. And they don't want me to do it anymore, so I'll stop. Someone said, remember he has his first witness. No, he has his first witness tomorrow. Today's Wednesday. I believe it's tomorrow afternoon. Oh, unless, wasn't he going to call one of the state's witnesses back or something like that? Or they're giving him a witness out of order or something because of an interpreter? Wasn't there something about that? I don't know what is going on. It looks like, oh, there it goes. Now it's working. Someone said, your boy Steve is getting more gray. Yeah, we get gray, Holmes. Hey, Brian, I'm guessing that you're watching this because you just said I get emotional because of emails and shit like that, which I don't really. But tell you what, I just refunded and canceled your order. Don't shop with us anymore. I think you're already banned on all of our platforms. Why you would still watch and buy coffee from us, which is crazy. But I just refunded you, so you can go fuck yourself. All right? Tell me not to get emotional. Fuck you, Brian. Fuck you, Brian. Fuck you. Is that not emotional enough for you? Fucker. No, seriously, I did refund you. Fuck you. Like, seriously, you've been banned on all of our platforms. I appreciate how nutbaggy you are, but yeah. I'm so tempted to just refund every Pure Truth order and just be done with this whole fucking thing. I'm never doing pre-orders ever again for anything. Except, like, we'll do the coffee ones because on the new website, there's not as many people, which is good. But I'm never doing it again. Ever. And you guys know Brian, right? Brian, how many times? Like, didn't I make a shirt like, fuck you, Brian H? Like, didn't I? I swear I did. Because that dude's so fucking nuts. He used to send if it's the same one, maybe it's not the same one. Maybe there's two with the same name. But I don't know. Who fucking knows? Wouldn't it be funny if FedEx walked up right when I was doing that? Are Brian and Rogers lovers? Yeah, maybe. And they have their Aunt Karen. Jane. There's always people that piss me off. Are you still doing mega boxes? Yeah, only the mega boxes that we currently have, the October and September ones that are past due. We're not doing mega boxes anymore. I may do something different, but the problem is that I can't keep up with it. Doing it myself, I just can't. So what we're doing, I'm switching the way we print shirts. So we're actually going to screen print them here, and we're not going to do. We're only going to keep shit on our store. It's going to hurt us financially, but I'm only going to keep stuff that I actually have in stock instead of doing pre-orders or print on demands. Because, like, someone the other day, they ordered a Second Amendment shirt, right? Or not the other day, last month, the Second Amendment hoodie, and they got like a Della Soul hoodie. And the problem with me is I'm doing so much shit. So I got the Della Soul return, and then I haven't processed the return back. And what the fuck am I going to do with the Della Soul hoodie now? You know what I mean? So now I got to deal with the print on demand person because they sent the wrong hoodie. They sent some other company's hoodie to this person. Obviously, they didn't want it. And then, like, another person, they ordered an extra large. They're like, hey, your size is run really big. Can I do a refund? And I'm like, whatever, send it back and we'll do it. And then I get an email this morning. They said the size was too big. They ordered an extra large. I sent them a large back. And then they emailed me this morning. They're like, I needed a medium, not a large. I'm like, I'm just going to refund their money and tell them to keep the sweatshirt too. You know what I mean? Because I don't care. I don't care about any of this shit. Joey, I've already answered your emails, buddy. And I've answered you twice in this chat. So you can keep doing it if you want, or we can boot you. I've already answered you twice in this chat today, and I've answered your emails. So if you want to go back and forth with it, it's just not going to help you, really. No, we always give refunds. If people want refunds, we give refunds. And then I get people are like, oh, you're not very nice in the refunds. No, I give you your money back. What the fuck else? You want me to be like, oh, I'm not. That's what a refund is. We don't even have to do many refunds. He must be in Facebook or Twitch. Oh, is he? I don't know what platform he's on. But what about an epilator? I don't know. Someone said love the suck it move for fucking. I love the suck it mood for buttheads. It's time. Yeah. I mean, I just decided because I've spent too long doing the live streams trying to cater to people, and I was having a conversation the other day, and we're all organic, so we don't pay for advertising on any of this stuff. With Pure Truth Coffee, we didn't pay for any advertising. We didn't do any of that. What we did is just marketed it out on our show, and we had an extremely high conversion rate, much higher than the industry standard, just because the people that were coming to buy a shirt or buy a product were specifically coming there because they heard about it on the show. The problem is that it just got too big. I couldn't keep up with the freaking orders, and then trying to deal with the news. So I'll be honest, once this trial is over, just like I said, I'm going to be taking a break. The only thing I'll do is the coffee stuff, and then do a show once or twice a week. But I don't even know, man. I have an offer to go do something with somebody else for. I haven't. Virtually every single person I've talked to, including my wife, is. Who is the guy that said on the parade that it was maybe the revolution? Yeah, I don't remember what his name is. Yeah, but I interviewed him on the show. You sound more like Riot Steve than not the political correctness. Yeah, there's no political correctness about me. And that's the thing is I'm taking a step back from the news. So I see the headlines now, but I'm not diving into them. And which has made me actually feel so much better over the past couple of weeks. Yeah, I know 3 Philly SWAT officers were shot. I know an officer was shot yesterday. I still know those facts and can talk about them, but I'm not digging into the news stories like I used to. And it's helping me because it's relaxing me. I have a focus. My biggest thing right now is we have this fucking wedding that I'm going to tomorrow, right? So we're leaving tomorrow. The wedding is Friday and Saturday. Then there's a brunch or some shit on Sunday. And then we have to go to Jersey, pick up our kids, and then come back here. Monday, I'm going to set up the screen press. I can't develop the negatives myself, so I'm just paying to have those done. Once I get those in, I'm going to start printing off the shirts for the September and October mega boxes. Once those go out, and then the rest of the coffee orders, because I'll be honest, I've been knocking off the coffee orders. Some of you may have seen your orders have shipped, but they haven't been sent out because they're still in the warehouse. I've just had personal, that's the problem with just doing everything yourself. I packed some of the coffee orders and some of the K-Cups, like all the French vanilla K-Cups, all of the, I think Victory or Death K-Cups. Those individual orders are all packed. They're already labeled and shipped and everything, except they're sitting in the warehouse because I wasn't there for the post office to come pick them up. And because my kid was sick and all that stuff this week and I was sick, it fucked up everything. So, someone said, Steve, what do you say about the offer you went robot voice as that moment? Huh? What did you say about the offer you want robot voice at that moment? I don't know what that means. Yeah, but I'm just relaxing. I'm just gonna talk about shit when I want, and then I don't know. There's something else. Like, I had a really long conversation. I'm just not saying what it is, but I got an opportunity to go work for someone, I guess on like a creative level. Originally it was supposed to be logistics and supply chain related, but now it seems that it's more of like a creative type position that they think I'd be better suited for. And I'm like, hey, so you guys know I'm a hothead. I just texted him and I'm like, hey, I forgot to mention I'm unvaccinated. Does that matter? They're like, no, it's fine. And I'm like, okay, because that's kind of a deal breaker, But so I still haven't decided, My wife has. She's like, you need to do it. I called my brother. I called Adam. All of them are all like, you need to do it. Part of me is like, no. When you were talking about the offer. Well, I think that's what you're all talking about. Yeah, so I had a big meeting yesterday, and I got an offer to go do something, which means that I would essentially step away from the show, step away from the coffee thing, not permanently, but take a step away from everything and a step away from my family. That's the part that is the most trying to me, is because I don't, I really value my family. Do you know what I mean? I like being around my kids. They're the part of the reason, and my wife, they're the reason why I'm able to do it, but someone said, so this has to do with self-driving trucks. No, it has nothing to do with logistics at all. Well, it does, but not the type of logistics that I've worked in. So I don't know. The cool thing is that what I would do, or what I would have a part in, would be seen by millions and millions of people. You know what I mean? And to know that, I'll be honest, that's the only reason, because it's not about money, it's not about any of that shit. The only reason I'm really interested in it, one, I think it'll be a challenge, and two, the product, the final product, will be seen by millions of people, including many of you. And you'll know, like, if I actually did take it, I'll say what it is. But and Bobby Griffin, who owns a donut shop in Indiana, is hiring. If anyone's looking to work a retail gig in his donut shop, he's hiring. How long would I have to put everything on hold? Well, it depends. It depends. So it could be anywhere from 3 weeks to 90 days to permanent. You know what I mean? So, I mean, and I still think I could do other stuff, but it's a different kind of gig. Bloomington, Indiana. If anyone's close to Bloomington, Indiana, looking for a job, contact Bobby Griffiths at Griffith Donuts. I don't even know if that's what it's called. But I don't know. Everyone I've asked is like, oh yeah, I'd drop it right now. But they know the specifics. I'm just not going to say it right now. Well, let's say it like this. If you had, so say you were in my shoes, right? So everybody, say you were in my shoes. And you were offered an opportunity to go work for a substantial amount of money, but the money doesn't really matter. To go work somewhere, you'd have to be away from your family because they're not going to come because they have obligations and you don't know if it's a full-time thing. And if it was in a completely different arena, right? Like a completely different industry, but you feel like it would be a great opportunity. Your family obviously feels like it would be a great opportunity. And they feel like you'd be a great fit for that opportunity, but it's something you've never done. Would you do it? If you were me, knowing everything that I do every day. You know? Someone said, stop having more expenses. They will F yourself. Well, we're cutting them all. We're cutting all the expenses. But court is at lunch, yeah. But and it would be on my resume, and it's something that I could put on my resume at a later time, and it would mean something to virtually everybody, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Because it's such a influential group of people. Like, I guess the easiest way I could equate what I would do is if I was offered to be a producer on a television show. That's the closest that I can come to saying what it is. So you guys, knowing everything that I do right now, and everything that I talk about, everything that I put in, my family life and all that, if you were in my shoes and you were offered a producer job on a television show, like a very, very watched television show, would you stop what you're doing and go do that? Even knowing that it could just be short term, but you'll make a lot of money in that short term, or it could be long term. That's the thing. I don't know. Oh, they offered everything. I don't have to pay shit. They'll even put up the housing for the first 90 days. But it would be on like the best way that I can like connect it to you guys would be to say, yeah, it would be like a very popular TV series, even though that's not what it is. But it's pretty fucking close. Depends on the show. Yeah. Yeah, Celeste said, to me, it always comes family first. You would have to be with your family. What if your family are the ones telling you to go? What if your kids are like, Dad, we'll disown you if you don't do it? They didn't say that. But yesterday I was having a conversation with someone. My son was in the car. My family knows about it, obviously. But I was having a conversation with someone. And when I said I'm thinking about not taking it, my son literally, like, I thought he was going to get whiplash from how quickly he turned. Mandy, my email is social@citizenstringer.com. Someone said, don't begrudge yourself getting paid to influence things how you want. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, but it's not that. It has nothing to do with politics or anything like that. I wouldn't be on camera. I'd be literally a producer. That's what my job would be. And you know what the best part is, that there's enough money in it to cover our household expenses and everything, plus all the expenses. Well, the majority of the important expenses, the rent for the store, the rent for the warehouse, all the utilities for both, it would cover that as well, because it's a lot of money. If it provides for your family and something I would like doing. See, I don't know if I would like doing it though. You know, I don't know what I'd like doing. Would it open doors for future endeavors? Probably. I'll be honest. The other day when I was thinking about it, I was like 99%. And then yesterday after the phone, I was like 50%. But they were like, you could start tomorrow. And I'm like, no, I can't. I got a wedding. I'm not looking to get divorced. But we have to go to this wedding this weekend. What is the old adage? If you don't try it, you will always wonder if. Yeah. Someone said, get out of your comfort zone. You never know what would happen. Oh, and they have a gym in the studio. Like, no joke. They have a full gym in the studio. That's my hardest thing now. Like, I'm sitting here. I know I'm not going to be able to go to the gym tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday because I'm going to be traveling and doing the wedding. So I want to go to the gym today to try to get a workout in, except I'm waiting on FedEx. I can't even leave. I can't even go shave my head. They have a gym in the studio. And I'm like, he said that. And I was like, all right, sign me up. The only cons are I won't be moving forward with my plans here. I'd be away from my family. Those are the only cons. The pros, there's too many to list. But, my wife was like, oh, we'll just come down. Because like I said, they provide the housing. So my wife is like, we'll just come down on the weekends. I get a house or an apartment or something like that. Bobby said, Steve has a bunch of good ideas and takes on too. Yeah. Yeah. The whole family's on board. Even my brother that has no connection to entertainment whatsoever, he's like, oh yeah, do it. So I don't know. I have at least one more meeting. Someone said those are huge cons. I know, that's why I'm 50-50. But after 3 years contract work in that shithole, we gained a lot of paid things and bought and saved my home with 3 years of time, blah, blah, blah. It would definitely be the highest salary I've ever had, like straight salary, because I don't consider what I do now as a salary. You know what I mean? Because I don't have like a work schedule. I work every day, every minute. I don't know. It's something to think about. I'm not being cast in anything. I'm not acting. I'm not doing anything. It's weird because the conversation was never meant to be this, and then it just got, because I know big names, and I was just having a conversation with a friend of mine that is one of those big names. He's like, bro, why don't you do this? Because at first we were talking about the coffee idea, and he's like, holy shit, like this is an ingenious idea. Like, you need to put a pitch deck together. You're going to easily be able to raise big money for this. And I'm like, yeah, I don't have any time. And then the conversation just continued. And he's like, wait, why aren't you doing what you are talking about with over here? You know what I mean? And I was like, I don't know, buddy. I don't know. So I would have to move to a different state. So someone said, bet you get to leave to come home. No, you would, but it's not. I would need to be available because it's, again, the closest thing I can relate to it would be being a producer for a television show. That's the closest thing that I can relate to it without saying what it is. And it involves all that. Cameras. It's essentially a TV show, and you're kind of on call. It's like an extreme TV show. So there's a lot of logistics that go into it. Bobby said, pick one career and stick with it. Yeah, but I'm 38 years old, man. I've already switched. I have 17 years of logistics, and then I switched over to the media side. And then again, this call was originally a logistics call. They're just not ready for my grand proposals. But someone said, "Dang, dude, you're freaking out." No, I'm just having a conversation. Welcome to the USA Today. Are you new here? Because if you think this is freaking out, I don't know what you're talking about. Someone said, "Oh, damn, take cover." Someone else said, "If anyone is weightlifting or strongest man comps," no, but there wouldn't even be any debate. Like if I got hired onto one of those things, I would do that right away. Because like the strongman comps, those are cool, and the amount of effort that goes in, and their productions are not very good. Like the strongman competitions, their productions are not very good at all. You know, because we went to them and we've watched them on TV. They could do a whole circuit, kind of like CrossFit. You know how CrossFit Games or whatever, they do that with road. Strongman could do that in the United States because there's so many independent strongman competitions where you could set it up and have like, well, there are national associations here and competing associations here. There's just no motivation for it, and I don't know if there'd be the viewership that they need. You know what I mean? Because it's the same thing with powerlifting. You go to a powerlifting meet, you're always, well, you're not always, but you're going to have well over 100 competitors, right? And then, but how many of those people are going to watch? You know, the majority of the people that would be watching on like a live stream, because that's something I've thought about too, is just getting into doing like sports streaming, like stuff like that. You know, specifically around strongman, powerlifting, stuff like that, because I like it, you know, and do it. Some said, "Is Court back yet?" Nah, Court no ain't back yet, bro. Why are you asking all these questions about whether Court back? I have no idea. I've been talking. I've been enjoying it. Sorry you haven't. Is that it? Gotta check on the other. Do. No, they're not back yet. But I got it all ready for when it does. Yeah, my wife can deal with it. And I'll be honest, my wife deals with everything already. Everything house-wise, she deals with it already. You know what I mean? Yeah. Bobby said, "I should just run for office. The only career that you can start broke and leave a millionaire." Yeah, isn't it weird how that happens? And it really shouldn't happen, but they're still waiting on an interpreter, someone said. Tornado has touchdown. Company is trying to get truck drivers to come inside, but I refuse to leave my pet monkey by himself. I have no idea what you're talking about. God Rides a Harley said, "If your wife deals with you," that should be a song, right? Should be a song. If your wife can deal with you, she can deal with anything. But I said you, and I know that was geared towards me, which was just mean. They're still under a tornado warning until 1 p.m. So are they not going to? You think they'll be on a tornado warning until? So 1 p.m. is 2 p.m. our time, so another half hour, which sucks. Come on, fucking FedEx, dude. Someone said that's a pro then. F it, make money, good for resume too. Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I have to have one more meeting with them, and then we'll go from there. I think it would be an interesting thing. You know. What's on your thoughts, my thoughts on Tulsi Gabbard's flipping parties? Who cares? She was always more moderate than liberal anyway, it seemed. At least that's what I perceived her as. The Democrats are nuts. But then again, I mean, I hear shit coming out of the right now, or I hear it all the time now, which I'm just like, these people are nuts. You know what I mean? There's just certain things that, like JD Vance. Like, so let's look at this thing the other day, and I'm not a big fan of JD Vance either. His response to Tim Ryan the other day during that debate was great, right? Because Tim Ryan was saying that JD Vance was a pro-abortion and doesn't believe that a child that is sexually assaulted and becomes pregnant for that should get an abortion, blah, blah, blah. That's what he said. JD Vance was like, that's not true at all. And then he said his position, that if children are because they're children, if children are impacted by that type of thing and become pregnant, they should have the right, after discussing it with their priests and the family and the doctors, they should have the right to make that determination, which is how I feel. I've said before, and I know people in the chat disagree with me, and that's fine. I've said before, I extend it even beyond if it's a child that's sexually assaulted. I think if a woman is sexually assaulted and she becomes pregnant, even though morally I think it's wrong, but there's no way in hell I will let anybody say anything to, I don't know, because I don't even want to go into the hypotheticals, but I don't know. There's too many things. What I'm trying to say is politics are they're too many. They're too separated, and people are like, "Oh, you're not right wing if you believe in exceptions to the anti-abortion rule," or it's just, I don't fucking care. I care about none of that shit anymore. I really do. I have no interest in it. I have no more fucks to give is the expression. Michelle said statistically it's less than 1% of abortion cases. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's still 1%. That's like saying, well, statistically less than 1% of people kill other people. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if it affects someone, right? And you could put yourself in those shoes, right? I have sisters, I have nieces, and a wife. I can't imagine them being forced to deal with that kind of decision. And then on the other hand, I would react poorly. You know what I mean? Like, God forbid anything like that ever happened to my wife. I don't know. I mean, kids are fucking innocent, but I don't know if I'd be able to. Man, never mind. That hurts my way of. I don't know. I'm just glad it's not my decision because I don't know. I think they'll have to deal with God later on, and I've said that before too, because my view is just my view. Whatever people believe biblically about it, that's something that they'll have to deal with on their own. But I don't know. It's all crazy. Everything is just crazy. I hate talking about all that stuff. I really do. I don't even like any of it anymore. I try not to talk about it. Annalisa is definitely, she just sent a Venmo, and she is the new top donation. Thank you, Annalise. I'm going to fix that now. She is the top. Let me spell your name right, because I know it is. Exactly like I thought. What about if the unborn child will not live? No, I believe that should be an exception too. I've already said that. I believe whether the baby or the mother's life is at risk, that should be an exception. And again, and that's an easy one for me because my wife had an extremely complicated emergency procedure during my son's birth, and his heart stopped. I thought she was going to die. I'll be honest with you, and I've said it before on the air, and it sucks, but if I was forced to choose right then, I would have chose my wife. She's my best friend, and without a doubt, I'd never been a dad before. Do I think I would have done the same thing now? Probably, because she's my best friend. My life would literally be over if she wasn't in it. You know what I mean? That's just my belief. So that's if the baby's gonna die or the mom's gonna die as a result of birth again. But then you still have the what happens when you're done, like at the end, when you decide when it's because I still believe in heaven and hell, right? You know what I mean? So where you go after that decision's made, I don't know if that makes sense. Someone said the Democratic Party has changed over the past 20 years. Yeah, I don't know. Someone said, I've heard one of the Reds isn't going to be a Republican. Speak with Julie. I don't know. It's really hard because there's so many weird ways to like think about it. There's so many things and so many different positions that people have to have. Or not that people have to have, that people do have. And it makes everything, I don't know. Just makes it weird. It looks like the court may be coming back. The cameras actually went back to something, so I'll check it in a second. I could see it right from here. The judge isn't back yet. I'm being lazy. I'm lounging on my sofa. Is FedEx here yet? Can you guys see? Nope. Look, you can see the Yeet Mobile right there, and then there's a basketball hoop for the kids, and then my wife's car, which is now my car because she broke the back door. So I have to drive it because it just opens. Tornado warning is ended. Oh, so they're getting ready to come back for that. They're not back yet. Trump supports the exceptions. Expectations to abortion. Also, guess he isn't Republican by their standards. Yeah, but it's not everybody. And see, then you got. But here's the thing. So this is the one argument that I just don't understand. You had Lindsey Graham, right? So Lindsey Graham made the. And by the way, this isn't a phone. This is a big ass fucking 13-inch tablet. And I don't know, is the camera up here or there? No, so it's there. But why does when I look at it, it doesn't look whatever. Lindsey Graham, right after the Roe versus Wade or whatever that decision was overturned, putting it back in the state's hands, which is what all the Republicans cheered on. Oh, now abortion is in state's hand. That's what we've been fighting for. It was a big victory for Republicans. Just a few weeks later, then Lindsey Graham introduces a bill that will ban abortion past 15 weeks, even though I agree with the premise of it, right? Because at that point, it's viable. Well, I don't know if it's viable at 15 weeks. It's certainly a life. To me, life begins at conception. I've maintained that anyway. But to put forth a bill federalizing abortion again, whether or not it's pro or against, is so fucking stupid. Do you know what I mean? And that's exactly what he did. And I have no idea why he did it. I almost say he did it for Democrats. You know what I mean? Are they here yet? No. Now that's just what I'll do. Oh shit, this computer turned off. I just got to keep looking at it to see if it starts. It seems a pro-choice bunch are acting like they're fixated about women's health when it's more about convenience for them. Yeah, it's not. What's funny about it is I've never understood the argument either, because they want. Well, it's kind of like a vaccination argument, to be honest. They want the right to be able to kill the baby that's growing inside them. No, I guess so. It's not like the vaccination, because they're not trying to force abortions on people, or at least I haven't heard that one yet from the left. Someone said it's about a baby. I don't know what you mean. Matt Kegley is talking about doing stupid stuff.
pot and video games. The video games are fine. The pot stuff, I don't smoke pots. I don't like it. Tornado warning has moved away from Waukesha. They call it women's reproductive health, which is, yeah, and I've heard them say women's health and healthcare and stuff like that, which it's clearly not. You're literally killing someone, a baby. That's what you're doing. And how is it? Aren't there side effects to abortions besides all the mental anguish and everything? And I don't know. I have no idea. I've never once known, and even to this day, I don't know a single person that's made that choice. And could I still associate with them or be friends if they make that choice? Fuck no, because I think it's a sin. But at the same time, I understand why people would want it, because I believe in the exception thing as well. I still believe it's a sin, but I believe, and that's the most confusing thing. It's because I believe that it's a sin, and yet I believe in exceptions. Does that make sense? Waukesha. Yeah, everyone has different ways of saying it. So now I'm just saying it my way, and if people don't like it, they don't like it. Joan said, like the stream and appreciate Steve's time. Donate now. Cash App. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would be super helpful. We've got a lot that we're trying to do. I'm rebuilding Citizen Stringer because something's broken, and I'm not paying $2,500 for something being broken. So I think I may just build out a whole new website where we'll live stream every day. All of the members that the current members and founding members and everything, there will be no monthly subscriptions anymore. So what I'll do is I'll make a special chat just for you guys, and then a free chat, or if I can make it so it's like $2, then I'll do that. But otherwise, I will have a free chat room on there, and that's just going to be for my videos, different videos. It'll be separate from citizenstringer.com, but because and I'm gonna help April when I get back to put some Citizen Stringer shirts and hats and mugs and shit on that website, and you guys got to go buy those too. Because that money will go directly to support April and keeping that website open, because that's kind of her responsibility now as a Citizen Stringer site. She said she wanted to do it to keep it open for you guys, so she needs your help as well to get that. And I if I don't take the producer gig, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I mean, sorry, I was just thought I heard a truck. I don't know what I'm going to do. I definitely I'm going with the coffee idea. Definitely I'm going to do a couple of shows, but I want to do something a little bit different. You know what I mean? I don't know yet. Someone keeps saying the jury is I keep hearing a fucking truck here. The last time they parked way over there. Are they over there? No. And they parked way over in the corner and then walked up. This is a heavy ass machine, so that's why I was surprised. Maybe it's coming on FedEx Freight. It's coming here, though, so it's not coming FedEx Freight. No common sense conservatives call for no restriction abortions, not in generality. No, I don't. I agree with you. Someone said, I wish I could talk one-on-one to help Steve. Yeah. No, because here's the thing. If I had all the money I needed right now to run with the free coffee shop and just do that 100%, I would. Now, could I raise all that money? Yeah, but here's the problem, right? It's not even raising it. Could I pre-sell the ad space on the actual cups? Yes. The problem is, can I do it quick enough so that next month I don't have the same issues that happened this month with finances? You know what I mean? And that was kind of the urgency I put with these guys. Because again, with this company, I wasn't looking for a producer job. They were interested in like a logistics type, department head kind of role. And they just didn't have one available at that time. They're talking the first of the year. And I explained my situation. I'm like, I either do something now, or I'm probably not going to be available to do anything because I have the free coffee shops that I'm just going to run with and just build those out. And so that's why the producer role kind of came in. It was like to keep me occupied for a couple of months
with, you know, a decent money and a cool ass fucking career, but something way out of pocket. Yeah, you just got a shot of my crotch. You didn't see nothing though. But yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, it's just interesting times we live in. The trial is back on. All right.
Broke. The court had received information regarding nearby tornado warnings. Ultimately, there were a number of warnings that were issued, some of which affected the immediate area. Our alert system ultimately went off with the lights and the audible voice telling everyone to take shelter. And it has been lifted, and it was lifted just a short time ago, and I had the parties brought back into the courtroom. I know when we broke unexpectedly, it was during the cross-examination for, I believe, Mr. Knapp. And my thoughts are as follows, is to have Mr. Knapp come back in, I presume he's available, and finish his cross-examination. And then frankly, given the severity of the weather that went through, including near my house, and I need to check on my house, is to break for the day. So I know there's jurors who live in the area, potentially, where some of these things happened. I don't want to question everyone about, whether they have power or whether they don't have power. I just think given the gravity of this case and the weather system that went through, I want to make sure people are giving their full attention. And I would like to then break for the day and then resume tomorrow morning. So that's my plan, as is my practice, though I will give the parties an opportunity to indicate whether they think differently, but that's what I'd like to do. From the state.
I understand, and I certainly respect the court's concern for the jurors and their property and their families.
And it's not just the jurors. Let me just say, obviously there's a lot of folks that are here attending. Just what I was following in terms of the weather, it's pretty widespread. There were things that happened more south of here. There were things that happened north and west of here. There's people from all over, and I just think it would be wise to let everyone break for the day and then, check on their things and make sure that there are things that they don't need to attend to as the case may be. So go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sure, no, and I understand that, Judge. I don't have an argument with that. I just, we obviously have a full slate of witnesses here to go this afternoon. Some have traveled from like the Cudahy area or, some distance, not unavoidable, but my only other suggestion would be to maybe, take an extended break and let people make calls or even go home and check and come back at 3:00 or something. If that's a possibility, we could still work for a couple hours yet this afternoon, but whatever the court thinks is best, we certainly will be prepared either way.
I certainly would be open to maybe an extended break so that I and others could do exactly what you just say. But I'll hear from you, sir, if you have any position on that.
Yeah, I do have a position on that. I agree with your first assessment, Your Honor. Mainly because, too, with severity and weather, that can sometimes mess with equipment being the trial being televised. That can possibly interrupt that. And you never know. Some people that may be key to this matter may not be able to come back after an extended break. There's no way to tell at this point. I do believe it would, on the air, just for cautionary reasons, would be wise to kind of break for the day and then reset
He's been
tomorrow
trying to
morning
stall
or
the whole
whenever
time.
the court feels it's best. I may need to do some checking of my own with some close relatives of my own. And so I would want to put that on record as well.
Thank you. I presume, though, no objection from anyone to at least finishing up with Mr. Knapp. It appeared to me we were close to being done, including whether he's fine with that as well. And he's shaking his head, yes.
State really quick for the record, Your Honor. I'm still, I guess I would say, waiting to obtain a filing that I addressed before we went on record.
I don't know what that means, sir, but I need to bring the jurors out. I need to finish with the cross-examination portion of Mr. Knapp's testimony. And then, in all likelihood, we'll just break for the day. I'll make, so I understand wanting to maybe come back at a little bit later, but I think it's just best to break for the day. I will entertain, though, over the next 2 days, whether we go a little bit extended to make up for the loss of the afternoon. I'm well aware we have the interpreter here as well, and so I'll have to have the clerk's office communicate with her when we're not on the record as to when she can come back and when we can get that witness back or here.
He's here and ready to go, Your Honor.
All right.
And Your Honor, just for the record, just real quick, there is a jury instruction as a preliminary instruction for use with interpreters. I wasn't sure if the court was aware of that.
I am aware of that.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'll have to get that ready. Probably needs a little bit of tweaking, so thank you. I'm aware of it. Give me the number, though, so I don't have to search for it.
60.
60? Okay, thank you.
I was going to ask the same thing. You just said 60, so.
All right, jury instruction 60, and I'll work on that when we're down this afternoon. So, all right, let's bring the jurors out, and then we'll, Mr. Knapp, you can take the witness stand and be there when they come back in.
This is stupid. They should not be breaking. It wasn't even that bad based on what you guys are saying in the chat.
Jurisdiction, Your Honor.
They want to break for the day because a tornado
My previous record
didn't
on that
touch down
issue
there.
stands. I will not further be addressing it without a proper motion for reconsideration that complies with the statutes.
I just wanted to state that for the record.
So noted. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. When we unexpectedly broke prior to the lunch hour, Mr. Knapp was on the witness stand and he was being cross-examined. Sir, you may continue.
I'd like to apologize to the court. I'm not sure where I left off at.
Go ahead and just start back up.
Okay, I'm trying to see if I took any notes that would get me back to where I was before the break. Do you recall making or being interviewed by law enforcement in the days following the incident?
I was.
Do you recall what date that was?
I believe it would have been the 23rd. My daughter was released from the hospital after a stay overnight, which would have been the 22nd, and I believe it was the 23rd. I could be mistaken on that.
Do you recall if that was just to make arrangements for the interview at that time?
The recollection I have was actually being questioned about the incident.
You don't recall making arrangements to be interviewed and then approximately 4 or 5 days after that actually being interviewed?
Again, I don't recall the exact date. In my mind, it was the day after we got home from the hospital. And yes, arrangements were made to meet with a detective.
Do you recall being interviewed on November 29th of 2021?
Again, I don't recall the exact date.
You made reference to Clinton Street being a cross street that was close by. Would that be fair to say?
That is correct.
Do you recall if Clinton Street had any barricades?
I do not recall.
Did you go down Clinton Street at that moment?
Yes, I did, as stated.
Did you recall any law enforcement being present at the Clinton Street side crossing, I guess?
Yes, there was a law enforcement officer on the south side of the street, and as I mentioned before, he helped save a lot of lives by pushing our children back.
Appreciate the extra commentary. Do you recall describing the driver as an African American male with long hair and facial hair?
I remember describing the driver of the vehicle that I made eye contact with as a black male with facial hair. I don't necessarily recall stating long hair.
I have the summary right here of the interview that you gave with law enforcement on November the 29th of 2021. And reading from that summary.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Again, for the same reason I objected before. This is in a statement or a supplement by Detective Jeff Adent, A-D-E-N-T, from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, in which he met up with this witness. This witness provided information to the detective.
I understand. I don't need the full
Okay.
explanation. I'll just sustain the objection as to the form of the question. I know you didn't fully get it out, but I think I know where you were going, so please rephrase.
Would the reference to the statement that I referred to about the long hair, if I was able to show you, would it bring any recollection of what you may have said during that interview?
No, if I stated it at that time, then that was my recollection at that time. 11 months later, my recollection of the statement is that I made eye contact.
I'm not referring to that statement. I'm referring to the statement that reads David, or yes, or wait, let me back up. were there some confusion with your name in this report?
Not that I'm aware of.
It looks like the officer that was taking the report got a little confused on the name.
Mr. Brooks, you're providing a narrative, so that's not a question. He doesn't have the report in front of him, so please make sure you ask the question.
Do you recall reading from the summary, describing the driver as an African American male with long hair?
As stated, as I sit today, I remember describing the driver as a black male with facial hair and very wide eyes. If I stated that at the time, that was my recollection at the time. As I sit here today, I cannot state that I recall having or seeing long hair.
Would it be fair to say that what I'm reading from is accurate statements made by you to the law enforcement officer?
Objection. For the same reason I mentioned.
There's a lack of foundation as to the question, so I'll sustain it, and if you are able to rephrase, please.
Can I show the witness his statements? Maybe that may bring some recollection back of what was said in the interview.
I'll allow it. If you would give the statement to the bailiff, who can then give it to the state. I don't know if you have it electronically or if we want to use the document camera.
I have it in front of myself.
All right.
This is stupid. He cut his fucking.
It needs to be given to the witness.
So
Again,
dumb.
I'm going to object.
That's
If
all
he's using
they're
it to
talking
refresh
about.
recollection, that's fine, but this witness says it does not refresh his recollection. I'm objecting to any questions after.
I understand.
Okay.
All right.
I object to that because
Hold on. Let's show. You've asked that it be shown to the witness. It will be shown to the witness. Is there a particular paragraph you want to direct his attention to, Mr. Brooks?
the paragraph that I referred to when he stated that the driver was an African American male with long hair.
All right. So, sir, just take a moment to review that. When you're done reviewing it, turn it over, and then Mr. Brooks will ask you some follow-up questions.
For the record, I don't consent to being called that name, Your Honor. For the record, I'm third party to the matter, Your Honor.
You know how I would put this to bed once and for all? If I was on the state's prosecution team, I would call the person that took the booking photo at the jail when he was arrested, where it's pictured with him with long dreadlocks. I would have them testify under oath that when that same guy was arrested, he had long hair. Put this whole fucking stupid shit to bed. My gosh.
To see if it helped refresh his recollection.
From reading that summary of the interview that you gave with law enforcement, do you recall stating that the driver was an African American male with long hair?
I recall stating what I stated before, that it was a black male with facial hair and white eyes. I don't recall stating long hair, but
would it be fair to say that the summary that is in front of you states that that's what you said?
Objection. It would be hearsay.
Grounds. I'm stating directly what it says on the paperwork.
It's still hearsay, Mr. Brooks. So the objection is sustained. Next question.
Is it fair to say that that's what
It's hearsay. So,
it's hearsay when it's right there for him to read?
Mr. Brooks, I direct your attention to the hearsay statute, all right, for a definition in 908.01 and the rule in 908.02.
So it's not a fair.
Sustained. Next question.
Do you recall if the driver had hair? Any hair whatsoever?
I recall seeing facial hair.
Any hair on their head?
I don't recall at the moment as we sit today picturing exactly that if I saw hair or if I didn't.
Any reason why you wouldn't be able to see the driver's head?
My eyes were locked on a vehicle that was driving at a high rate of speed with the person driving the vehicle's eyes extremely wide. And then at that moment, my full attention went to my children where that vehicle was driving at a very high rate of speed.
So it would be fair to say that because you keep making reference to the eyes. So would it be fair to say then that because you were so fixated on the eyes that it would be hard to tell any other features of the driver?
I'm stating what I saw: wide eyes, black male, facial hair.
Would it being so fixated on the eyes, would that in any way make it hard for you to see any other facial description?
I'm not sure your definition of hard. I'm stating what I saw.
Do you recall if there was anything on the driver's head, a hat or anything of that nature?
I don't recall.
You stated that it was an African-American male. Do you recall a skin complexion?
I do.
Was it a dark skin complexion?
It was.
Would it be fair to say that who you identified today does not have a dark complexion?
I guess it depends upon the definition of dark.
What is your definition of dark? Because in all fairness, you said dark skin. So what would be your definition of dark skin?
Dark skin as present on my interaction with black males in the past.
So every black male that you've had an interaction with was dark skinned?
Again, it depends. There's different complexions of dark, and it depends upon what complexion or what your definition of dark is.
I'm asking your definition because you said dark skin.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning.
On
The
what
point
grounds?
has been made. This witness identified the defendant, Darrell Brooks, as a person driving the car. I think he's asked the question about dark skin. I think that this has been asked and answered.
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection as to the form of the question. I believe the way it's asked is argumentative. You may rephrase if you so choose.
May my objection be noted that I do not identify by that name, nor do I know anybody by that name. I don't consent to being called that name.
Noted. Next question, please.
Have you ever had any other interactions with any black males that were not considered dark-skinned by your definition?
I don't understand your question.
Have you had any previous interactions with African Americans that were not dark-skinned?
Objection to relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. It relates to his identification. He may answer.
As stated before, my interactions with black males before, there are different levels of complexion and color tones, darker versus lighter. And I have interacted with black males before that have been both lighter and darker skin tones, yes.
Would it be fair to say that you didn't give that clarification when asked before?
I don't understand your question.
Would it be fair to say that you did not give that clarification when asked the same question before?
What clarification are you referring to?
You strictly said the skin tone. You came to the conclusion that it was dark skin based on your interactions with African American males before. Would it be fair to say that that's what you testified to?
That I can identify the skin tone color is what I stated, and the person that was driving the vehicle had a darker skin tone.
May I have that paperback that he has? I might have a question from the chat. That specific part of the.
Margaret, to reflect the one page of the police report has been handed back to the defendant.
From your recollection of the interview with law enforcement, do you recall stating that you don't vividly recall any acceleration?
I do recall stating that.
And just for clarification for the record, you did not see the vehicle strike anyone once it was past your location.
When it passed me, I saw the vehicle strike my daughter.
The location where you were at, you made reference to being near that intersection corner, I think it was. Mm-hmm. So once it was past that location is what I'm referring to.
Right. So after the vehicle struck my daughter and then past that location, I ran to my daughter as stated, and I did not see, other than the vehicle swerve back towards Main Street, the vehicle strike another human being.
So you did not see it, just for clarification, because that was a lot of commentary. For clarification for the record, you did not see it strike anyone else once it was past that location where you and your family were.
That is correct.
No further questions.
Any redirect? All right, thank you. Sir, you may step down. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have made a determination that today we are going to break early, just given all of the weather issues that happened earlier today. Frankly, including the need on my part to check on my house and other things. I just felt it best, just given all of that and the disruption, that we would break for the day. I do want you, as you go back home today, to look at your schedules for the next 2 days, because I may keep us here a little bit later to make up for some of the lost time, at least tomorrow. So just let the civilian jury bailiffs know tomorrow when you come in. I do want to read to you the instructions that I've been providing to you regarding not starting your deliberations and the extra research, etc. So, do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented, and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror If you come in contact with the parties, the lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you may obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the day. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Michael? Tomorrow at 8 a.m. I'm going to check with the jurors, and if anything changes, we'll let the parties know. But otherwise, plan on being here at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Will there be an interpreter? Will you be calling?
I won't know. We'll do that off the record. I don't know if Dawn Maldonado stayed or not, but if not, we'll contact her and we'll be in touch with you very quickly so that we can tell you if that witness needs to come back tomorrow or another day. Because it might not be her. They could turn to one of our other interpreters. All right. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess.
It's pretty stupid. I think it's pretty dumb that they just broke for the day, but whatever. It is what it is. Look at that. FedEx just came. Said anytime between 9:30 and 2:15, or 9:15 to 2:15. It's 2:18. And so they just came and dropped off these two big ass boxes. So let me explain what the schedule is going to be like this weekend. Tomorrow I'm traveling, so I'm going to start the live stream of the trial right at 9:30, and there won't be any commentary because I'll be traveling. Friday, same thing. I'll be traveling into New York City for the wedding. So I'll start the live stream and I'll just cut it. I may end up cutting that one a little bit early. I forgot what time we have a dinner. the rehearsal dinner. I don't remember what time, but I'm not going to pull out my phone in the middle of a rehearsal dinner. So I may just cut the feeds early for that. I'm going to do a live show tonight, probably around 8 o'clock. And then I'll probably do a show from wherever the hell I am on Saturday while my wife is getting ready. So that may be in the morning, because my wife is in the bridal party. So she has all sorts of shit she's doing. And then I have to apparently, I don't know. The itinerary for this freaking wedding was like 16 pages. No joke. So I really don't know what is going on. But I'm just going. I'm the arm piece for my wife. You know what I'm saying? Trust me, I actually clean up nice. But yeah, so that we're gonna cover this tomorrow and Friday. I won't be here to do the fun commentary and all that stuff. And then we'll resume. Hopefully the trial's over soon. I can't imagine that it's going to be super delayed. I hope not. But I'm very curious. Do you think she will sentence him the day the verdict comes down? Or they don't do that ever. They should. He should be sentenced like right away. Maybe she could do it because she already knows that he's guilty and he's shown zero remorse in the courtroom. I have no idea. I don't know how it's going to happen. I wish that he could get the death penalty, but they don't have the death penalty in Wisconsin. So we're going to have to settle with life or like 120 years. She has to be very nice. He's defending himself. She has to do it because she wants to make sure that it's clear, for the appellate record that she is not being biased at all. So that's why I got a feeling she's being as nice as she is. Plus, I think she wants to take over for Judge Judy and get a TV deal with Court TV after. But that's my thing. Yeah, I appreciate everyone. We got a couple of PayPals, Tammy and Lynn. I got your PayPal, so I thank you and everybody else for the Cash Apps and the Venmos during that. It does help to be able to do the live streams all day. So I appreciate everyone who can do it. But I'll see you guys at 8 o'clock. I'm just going to rant and rave at 8 o'clock tonight. So make sure you follow. He just did a huge yawn. Look at that face. Look at those two stupid dogs. Look at them. Where's a good doggies? Where's a good doggies? They're stupid. But he just did like a goofy looking yawn. So yeah, I'm going to do a show around 8-ish, maybe 9, because my son, like I said, he's got a football game and it's on the far end of the county. But after that. All right. So we will see you then. Bye. Oh, Citizen Stringer. So Saturday when I'm in the hotel room killing time by myself, I'll have the computers and stuff. I may end up rebuilding Citizen Stringer. Like I said, I don't know if I'm even going to go with a membership thing anymore. I may just make it free. I'm going to make a special chat. So for all the members, every current and former member of Citizen Stringer, you'll have your own chat and special emojis or whatever next to your name. And then everyone else can just join. Because for one, it's not even working right now. I have no idea why the live streams aren't working. And secondly, it's just too expensive. So sometimes we got to cut some things. But I can't even get the feed to work on the live stream. Everything we've tried has failed. So they don't even know what it is. They're like, oh, set up a whole new stream. And I'm like, no. But, all right. I will see you guys all tonight, either 8 or 9 o'clock Eastern time. All right. And it should be a fun show. A little bit different than the way I normally have been doing things lately. But, all right. Bye.